Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthouryt.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. For 10 years, my childhood home was run by a force that just liked to break things and torment my mother. I grew up in the kind of house that should have been a setting for a sitcom, not a horror movie. It was a perfectly average 1970s split level in suburban Ohio. A big backyard with a trampoline, and a kitchen where my mom always had cookies baking. We were the first owners, which, ironically, made the haunting much stranger. There was no history, no tragedy, just 4 perfectly boring walls that decided, starting when I was about 8, that they didn't like us. We called it the nuisance for the first few years. It started with sounds. Everyone hears things in old houses, creaks, pops, pipes rattling, but this was specific. Every night around 1 a.m., my sister and I, whose beds shared a wall, would hear the distinct sound of marbles rolling across the ceiling above us. Not just one marble, but a whole handful, dropped and allowed to scatter and roll to the far corners of the attic. Sometimes it sounded like they stopped right over our heads, and then the sound would start upward, like they were being dragged back to the center by an invisible string. My dad checked the attic hundreds of times. Nothing. No marbles or signs of rodents, and there were no structural oddities. It was just this thick insulation in the roof beams. Then came the physical activity, and this is where it became terrifyingly focused on my mom. She was a neat freak, the kind of person who organized spices alphabetically. This entity seemed to know that and took immediate offense to her order. The silverware drawer was the first major casualty. My mom would meticulously arrange the forks, knives, and spoons in their appropriate slots every evening after dinner. The next morning, it would look like a raccoon had raided it. Everything would be tossed and mixed, sometimes even removed entirely, and placed, always stacked and precise, in the sugar bowl on the counter. We all tried to blame my younger brother, but one morning my mom and I were both standing right there. She had just finished tidying the drawer. We turned around to put the cereal away, and before we could take 2 steps, we heard a frantic rattling sound. We whipped back around to see the drawer sliding out an inch on its own. Then, the metallic mess of the silverware started jumping and shuffling violently inside the closed space, rattling the wood like it was possessed. It was a kinetic tantrum in a box. When it stopped, the contents were scattered again. My mom just closed her eyes and whispered, "Not today." As I got into high school, the nuisance shed its playful side and became genuinely aggressive, almost predatory. The activity always peaked in the main living space, the kitchen. One afternoon, I was home alone studying at the counter. The house was dead quiet. I was focused on a textbook when the glass cabinet to my left, where we store fancy ceramic teacups and saucers, made a sound, a shing sound. The 2 cabinet doors, which were latched, flew open with such force that they hit the wall on either side and rebounded. I froze. Before they could settle, a series of objects began to fly out. It wasn't falling. It was propulsion. First, a small white sugar dish shot out. It hit the counter in front of me and shattered. Then one of my mother's favorite floral ceramic mugs launched from the top shelf, sailed completely over my head, and hit the far wall in the dining room, exploding into dust and jagged pieces. I remember thinking, with a clarity that only comes from true panic, that if the next object had been aimed lower, it would have taken out my eye. I scrambled under the kitchen island, covering my head, convinced something massive was about to drop. The sound of ceramic hitting linoleum and wood was deafening. And then, total silence. I crawled out 20 minutes later. The kitchen was a disaster zone, glass everywhere. My parents came home and found me still shaking, sweeping up shards. My dad, who had always been a pragmatic skeptic, finally saw the true scale of the mess. There are no forceful winds or tremors or broken hinges. Objects had been actively thrown across the room. The most persistent aspect of the haunting, even after the aggressive phase ended, was the cold spot. In the corner of our dining room, right by the sliding glass door, there was an area about 4 feet wide that was always freezing. Even in July, if you walked through it, it felt like someone had opened a freezer door directly onto you. And it carried a faint metallic odor, like ozone or freshly extinguished match. After the kitchen incident, my parents were terrified. My mom called a local priest who specialized in house blessings. He came in, was polite, performed the ritual, sprinkling holy water and reading scripture. It didn't stop the cold spot, but it did seem to work on the poltergeist. The aggressive kinetic energy and activity, the throwing, the drawer shuffling, the loud crashes, those things stopped instantly. It was like someone had unplugged the main source of power. But the house never truly went quiet. The marbles inside the walls still rolled at 1 a.m., just softer sometimes. The cold spot by the dining room stayed, and the faint smell of ozone remained. It was a constant reminder that something was still there, lurking in the corner, still agitated, but just watching now. My parents finally sold the house when I left for college. My mom said that she couldn't stand the anxiety anymore. The real estate agent asked my parents why they'd decided to move after being there for 20 years. My dad, without missing a beat, just shrugged and said, "We were ready for a change." While going to my parents' new apartment, I saw the new owners pulling into the house one afternoon. I had to pass it to get to my parents. I noticed they had a little boy, maybe 6 years old. I remember a bag of bright plastic toys next to him on the driveway. I immediately saw his future, a night when he'd be tucked into bed, and he'd hear the sound of marbles rolling above his head. And he'd know, just like I eventually did, that he wasn't alone. I took a job in college working the overnight shift at the university library. It was the best gig, dead silent, endless free time to study. And the only other person was the guard upstairs. My station was in the basement archive, down 2 flights of concrete stairs. It was mostly just old maps, uncatalogued documents, and a truly ancient, multi-story section filled with nothing but shelved books and a long, dark wall of obsolete card catalogs. It smelled like dust and forgotten history. The first few weeks were great, but then the silence started to feel less peaceful and more heavy. It's kind of a specific coldness, too, the kind that makes the hair stand up even if the room temperature hasn't changed. It started with the card catalogs. These things were huge, waist-high cabinets, row after row, filled with little wooden drawers. Sometimes when I was sitting at my desk, I'd hear a little thwump noise. I'd look up to see that one of the drawers, usually from the highest row, had slid out maybe 3 inches. I'd sigh, walk over, shove it back into place, It was always heavy and resistant, like someone was holding the handle from the inside. This started happening constantly. I'd close a drawer, walk 5 steps back to my desk, and hear that little thwump again. When it got really active, the drawers wouldn't just slide out. They would rattle as they came out, shaking the tiny brass handles. It sounded like an elderly librarian was frantically searching for a single critical note. The weirdest part was their inability to stay closed. I started making a game of it, trying to push them in perfectly flush. They would always immediately slide back out 3 inches. It was a firm, definitive no every single time. It was a restless, silent middle finger from the past. One night, the noise went from passive-aggressive to violent. I was in the back stacks, organizing a cart of returned history texts. I was deep in the aisle, surrounded by shelves towering 20 feet high. All of the lights were off in the main room except for a single desk lamp at my station. Suddenly, from the catalog section 50 feet away, I heard a sound that was too big to be just wood and paper. It was a crack, thump, swoosh. It was the sound of a heavy, solid wooden cabinet being thrown off balance. I didn't breathe. My heart felt like it was hammering against my spine, so I froze. Then, from the same section, came a series of rapid, coordinated noises. Clack, 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 clack. About 8 drawers in a row, all sliding out at once, followed by the sound of what had to be thousands of index cards spilling onto the concrete floor. It sounded like pouring rain indoors. I did not investigate. I dropped my clipboard, and I sprinted out of the aisle, grabbed my backpack from under the desk, and I ran straight up those 2 flights of concrete stairs, past the bewildered night guard, and right out the front door. I called in sick the next morning and officially resigned via email a few hours later. They never called me back to ask why, and they never questioned me about the catalogs. I still wonder what that thing was searching for in there, and if the new night student has figured out yet that the drawers are never, ever going to stay closed. It started with missing keys, but now it seems that the drawers are playing games of their own. I never believed in ghosts, not exactly the kind that could move things especially, until maybe about 4 months ago. My wife and I lived in a brand new condo development. We're literally the first residents, so no history, right? Wrong. Keys, that's how it started. They would disappear and reappear in the same spot 10 minutes later. We'd blame each other for moving the TV remote. Annoying, but explainable. Then it escalated to the kitchen. My wife uses these specific wooden spoons, and we'd find them laying around the floor in the living room. Or I'd swear that I put olive oil on the top shelf, only to find it awkwardly wedged next to the cans in the pantry. It seemed playful, but also aggressive. I think the real tipping point for me happened last month. I was watching TV and my wife was in the shower. The entire apartment was quiet. Then, from the kitchen, I heard a sudden violent sound, like a rapid series of machine gun fire. I jumped up and ran in. Every single drawer in the kitchen, from the cutlery drawer to the giant pot storage drawers. It was pulled out all the way, open to their fullest extent, and they were still rocking slightly from the force. There was no way a natural vibration or settling foundation could do that. It would take a tremendous coordinated force to yank all 12 drawers open simultaneously. I showed my wife, and we immediately installed a cheap motion-activated camera pointed at the kitchen counter and drawers. We figured if it was a prank, we'd catch it. 2 nights ago, the camera was triggered. The clip is just 30 seconds long, but it's terrifying. The kitchen is dead silent and motionless. Then, The center cutlery drawer begins to slowly slide open, stops halfway, then the drawer directly beneath it slides open, and then the one on the other side. They open sequentially, one after another, like an invisible hand is methodically inspecting them. Then the final sound, a simultaneous crash as every single open drawer, 4 of them visible on the camera, slams shut with a force that vibrates the lens. On the audio track, you can faintly hear me gasp from the bedroom. We haven't watched that clip since. We keep the drawers locked with these magnetic child safety latches now, which is kind of pathetic since we don't have kids, but I'm not playing the drawer game anymore. I just want it to stop moving my things. If it doesn't, I guess we'll have to leave, but we really don't want to. So, suggestions welcome. I live in a small 1850 stone cottage in rural Vermont. When I bought this place, the previous owner just shrugged when I asked about local history. Quiet place, he said. Maybe too quiet. I should have asked what he meant by that. The weirdness started about 3 months after I'd already moved in. Every night, without fail, between 12:30 and 1 a.m., I would hear specific, methodical sounds outside my bedroom window. Sh-clunk, sh-clunk, sh-clunk. It's the sound of rocky soil, followed by the soft sound of that soil being deposited somewhere else. It's digging. Someone is out there, quietly working the ground beneath my window well. The first time I thought it was a neighbor. I threw on a robe and I grabbed my phone and a flashlight, and I practically sprinted outside. Of course, there was no one there. The grass was still wet with dew, not a single footprint or disturbed patch in sight. I chalked it up to an animal, or maybe the house settling in a strange way that I was about to learn about. It was maybe amplifying sounds from far off. But it kept happening, every single night. Sh-clunk, sh-clunk. Always for about 30 minutes, and then quiet. I started leaving the outside light on, hoping it would deter whoever, whatever it was. It made absolutely no difference. The light would be blazing, illuminating the small flower bed beneath the window, and I'd still hear the rhythmic digging, coming from the exact spot where I could clearly see nothing was happening. Last week, I got brave or stupid, depending how you look at it. The sound started, and I sat up in bed, listening. When the sound was midway through a sh-clunk, I whipped the curtain back and peered out. I didn't see anything physical. There was no shape, no shadow. But for a split second, I saw a depression in the wet grass where the spade was supposed to be sinking, and a tiny shower of dirt seemed to leap up and immediately dissipate, right where the clunk sound was centered. It was like watching the perfect impression of a ghost doing something, but the ghost itself was invisible. It stopped on schedule, 1 a.m., silent as the grave. I realized that whatever it is, it's not interactive. It's just a broken recording, stuck digging forever. I'm technically used to it now. It's just the midnight gardener doing his thing. The only thing I can't figure out is what he's still trying to plant, or maybe what he's trying to hide. My old cottage just has a persistent, silent visitor, and all it does is dig. But why? I've heard all the stories about sleep paralysis just being a trick of the mind, the body waking up before the brain, hypnagogic hallucinations, etc. I was always skeptical. Then I moved into my current apartment, a 5th-floor unit in a relatively modern building, and I met the Sentinel. It happened around 3 a.m. I woke up totally alert, but I was completely locked down. I couldn't move my fingers, my toes, or even twitch my mouth to make a sound. Immediately, I felt that deep, primal coldness that doesn't come from temperature, but from pure, unadulterated fear. My bedroom is small, and the door is always left slightly ajar. I strained my eyes against the darkness, and that's when I saw a figure standing perfectly framed in the doorway. It wasn't a wispy ghost or a sheet. This was a full-blown shadow person. But unlike the typical hooded figure that people describe, this one was massive. It must have been 7 or 8 feet tall, broad shoulders and obsidian black. It was solid black, absorbing every stray photon in the hallway. It didn't have eyes, but I felt with absolute certainty it was scrutinizing me. It was a presence heavy, ancient, radiating a sort of passive malice. It wasn't angry. It was just watching, guarding. I tried to scream, but the sound was trapped in my chest. I tried to lift my head, but it felt like it was bolted to the mattress. The dread of all of it was crushing. I wasn't afraid of dying. I was afraid of being seen by this thing, or being stuck forever. It stayed there utterly still for what felt like an hour, just a silent black sentinel. Then a car passed outside, and its headlights swept across the wall. In that brief flash of light, the figure didn't vanish. It seemed to retract. It stepped backwards, slowly, deliberately, as if melting into the hallway's natural shadow, until the space where it stood was just a normal dark doorway again. The paralysis instantly broke. I shot up, dripping sweat, and I switched on every light in the apartment. The hallway was, of course, empty. Every time I wake up now, my heart leaps, and I look straight at that doorway, half expecting to see my giant dark watcher waiting again. It hasn't returned in full, but sometimes, late at night, I feel the temperature drop precisely in that doorway, even with the AC off. My name's Emma. If I told you that I once worked at a brothel, but I didn't work at a brothel, would you believe me? Well, believe it or not, it takes a lot to keep a legal brothel up to code. I did this for 3 years. Coming from a senior management position in another line of work, along with my skills in Excel, the bookkeeping was easy to do, and it paid a whole lot more than the company I was previously working for. If it wasn't for the money, I'd probably have overlooked the opportunity. Saying I worked at a brothel came with a stigma the paycheck just barely made me forget about. The fear about the stigma, though, was just my ego, because they ran that place with elegance and class. It was clean, and their clients were mostly high-end businessmen, musicians, and athletes. In my 3 years there, we only had one incident where Big Jim had to intervene. When I was there, we had a Big Jim and a Big Brandon and a Big Sam who rotated security. These large men were amazing at protecting our girls while they were there. But when they left our property, most of them lived much different lives. I'm speaking from personal experience that most of the women that worked there came from hard backgrounds. Sure, you'd get the occasional princess chasing a quick paycheck, but it wasn't as common. I'd met a girl when I first started working there. Her name was Greta, and it was her first week there. I think maybe her 3rd day. Greta had also been from Arizona, and we figured out after our first conversation that she and I used to live in the same school district. Neither of us competed in sports, but our schools used to play each other. She and I, being so far away from home, bonded us together like sisters, and we were inseparable after our first day together. Greta was 23, and she had long strawberry hair that she styled big for the times. While we worked there, our rooms were all on the property, like a second little motel. We were free to come and go as we pleased. Greta was in a pretty toxic on and off again relationship that remained that way the full 3 years I'd known her. He picked her up a couple of times from the brothel, but never got out of the car. I'd, of course, have to hear the stories of him breaking her heart, time after time, and I'd give advice like she'd take it seriously, and the cycle would repeat again. To maintain room and board, the girls had to sign a contract outlining their schedule. They could sign on for a week up to 6 months, but were expected to stay the whole time that they signed up for. Some girls would sign up for bi-weekly residences too. Again, we were very flexible, and we had a waiting list for potential workers. When Greta no-showed on a week that she'd signed up for, I wasn't concerned about the business. I was concerned because Greta was never flaky, and in those 3 years of me scheduling her, she'd always shown up. It was very out of character, and so I tried giving her a call, and it went straight to voicemail. I'd randomly punch in her number and try it multiple times throughout the week, hoping to hear it ring, hoping to hear her voice. I would have gladly taken any excuse she gave me, just to know that she was all right, but every time, it went straight to voicemail. This wasn't one of those jobs where we'd follow up or call the cops about a wellness check because a mailing address wasn't something that we required to apply because we gave them cash. I suspected her boyfriend had gone off the deep end, but with only his first name and a vague secondhand description of him, it felt silly to call the police. Later that week, though, her boyfriend would pull into the parking lot, and this time I'd get to see what he looked like in person, and though I now had a clear description of him, my suspicions of his involvement dissolved when I gathered that he was looking for Greta too. His name was Rajid. He walked through the front door and asked if I knew who Greta was, if anybody had heard from her recently. I told him I knew her, but nobody's received any sort of contact from her. Rajid thanked me, wrote down his number just in case she did come back, and then he departed. After that week had passed, Big Sam was tasked on cleaning out the rest of Greta's things from her room. As he's lifting up her mattress from the box frame, he saw the wood on the floor had some discoloration, so Sam lifts up the wooden frame and uncovers a decent-sized pentagram painted in red that was hidden under her bed. In her drawers, we found these tiny dolls carved out of wood. They were small enough to fit in your palm, and if you stared at them long enough, they all resembled somebody at the brothel. The details on them were incredible. Taking them into the light, we could see that they were all individually painted. Seeing the familiar features on these figurines had caught my eye because there was one with blue and black hair. It looked just like the hairstyle of one of our residents. Big Sam wasn't too impressed. He went back to cleaning out the rest of Greta's stuff. But I stayed standing outside, looking at these creations, wondering if Greta had whittled them. If she did, she'd never mentioned having such a talent. Along with the multicolored hair one that was easy to pick out, I also found a little Big Sam figurine, a little me, and what I believe was Greta's character. She was one of 2 African-American women that worked there, and they had different body types. Greta's doll didn't look like the rest of them. The painted faces all of them wore were simple white circles and black pupils. No nose, no mouth. A few had blue pupils, but Greta had black circles with red pupils. I'm staring at this demonic-looking doll when Sam pops his head out of the door and asks me if I had the remote to the TV in there. I said no, and he gave me an interrogating hard stare before going back in. A second later, Sam's coming out of Greta's room again, but this time, he's running out, arms wailing, like he's swatting a bee away from his ear. I go, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Hand to God, Sam looked pale, shaken up big time. He says, "Look," and shows me his goosebump-filled arms and says, "Someone just whispered in my ear, Emma." Now I was giving the interrogation stare down, wondering if he was trying to prank me, but he swore intently that he wasn't. He said the TV in there kept turning on and off, so he got on his hands and knees, reaching behind her dresser to unplug it from the wall. And while he was down there, that's when he had not just heard, but felt the breath of someone whispering in his ear. I was sure a bug had just flown by his ear, but his temper jumped to aggravated as he told me that he'd know the difference. We paid Big Sam for his size, not his manners or people skills, so what do you do when your big security guard gets spooked? Well, I don't know, so I went into Greta's room myself. I think on the idea that I'd find a moth or another winged bug in there, and I'd be able to laugh in Sam's tattooed face, call him a baby. So I step inside, and it felt like Sam had the AC cranked all the way up before he'd ran out. But I went over to turn it off and noticed it already was. The unit wasn't cold. The chill in the room wasn't coming from there. I didn't stick around long enough to figure out where the source was coming from either. As I'm searching for a pest to blame, I inevitably look up. When I do, I see there's a message written on the ceiling above me. I'll always remember what it said, because I had to take a picture of it for our records and insurance purposes, as well as physically rewrite it on a ton of documents. In the same red paint that was used for the pentagram, Greta had written, "I'm still here," in big capital letters that stretched across the white ceiling. I got a tingle up my spine I couldn't ignore, and I made my way out almost as fast as Sam did. It would cost a couple $1,000s to get that room renovated enough for someone to live in it again, but even after, the girls that would stay in there would complain about weird things happening in that room, ranging from strange sounds to more than one claim of a full-on figure standing behind them when they're looking into the bathroom mirror. They'll usually ask to change rooms. A few times we didn't have extra rooms available, and the girls actually gave up their residency, packing their belongings and driving away that night. I couldn't make sense of it. The year Greta went missing was the same year I quit. I started to dread showing up to work. There was something about that place. It felt like it was attracting negative energy. The girls started changing, and I no longer thought of us as a band of rebels looking out for each other. A job's a job, though. And to say the camaraderie wasn't my end-all reason. I really hated how creeped out everyone got about Greta's old room. Nobody treated her disappearance as something to mourn over. Everyone just moved on, started treating Greta's door like little children would, daring each other to knock on the door at night, making a mockery of something truly tragic. I couldn't explain why she had those dolls or graffiti in her room, but everyone's apathy toward it made me sick, because she was a good friend to me. And wherever she is now, heaven, hell, or in between, I'll always wish the best for her. Me and my partner have been looking to buy a house. Anyone going through that process right now knows what I mean when I say the market is sparse. But I'm not here to complain about the housing crisis that's objectively happening right now. Our realtor's name is Jeff. He's a youngster with fiery red hair. He was recommended to us by a friend, and for the most part, he's been able to show us houses in our feasibility range, but we haven't found one yet. I'm getting nervous that our expectations of what the one would look like have deteriorated down to basic necessities. We don't need it to be an area with a good school district, and we're willing to downsize, but we have to draw the line somewhere. Last week, all of us, my husband Dennis, me, and Jeff, all found a new line, an unexpected expectation line that none of us could argue about. No, it's not about the plumbing or the distance from train tracks. But this 4-word question is now pivotal, and the first question that Jeff asks the homeowners before we come visit. He says, "Hi, my name is Jeff from blah blah realty company. Is your house haunted?" No joke, because what we went through last weekend was probably the scariest horror movie thing that I've ever been through. I think it was the scariest thing that anyone had experienced, because we all reacted the same. Well, first off, the house that he took us to was beautiful. It was right off 3rd Street, but tucked back far enough away where you couldn't even hear the traffic on 3rd. It was a big white house with 2 pillars in front, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. More space than we could ever need, but miraculously, it was in our price range. You could say the red flags began popping up the moment we all stood on the front patio. There was a feeling in my stomach I couldn't quite describe, but Dennis explained it perfectly, because as we discussed it later, he had the same pit sitting deep in his stomach, like we were entering a place we weren't welcome. First, Jeff's keys wouldn't work on the door. It was the weirdest thing because they were the right keys. They fit in the lock and easily turned. But putting pressure on the door didn't open it. Jeff had to use a little muscle and put his shoulder into the door for it to open with the loudest, unoiled creak a door hinge could ever emit. We all laughed at the sound it made. When we got in there, Jeff turned on a few lights. It was obvious this house hadn't been lived in for some time. The house was empty as could be. Some of the other houses that we visited were decorated with some sort of furniture to give off more of an inviting feel. This house had none of that. Bare bones. I don't remember if the windows even had curtains. I know the ones in the downstairs living room didn't, because while Dennis and I were looking through the downstairs rooms, we heard Jeff let out a quick suppressed scream, like he'd seen a rat scurry across the floor. I went to go check on him, asked if anything was wrong. Trying to stay professional, Jeff laughed uncontrollably and said, "Oh, I thought I saw someone standing out there," while he points outside. Then he says, "But it must have just been your reflection coming up behind me." I thought that was strange because he wouldn't have been able to see my reflection from the room I was in. I'd only come into the living room after he made the noise. I didn't challenge it, though. His comment honestly didn't creep me out there in the moment, because it was dark outside and with the lights on inside, the big windows just looked like dusty mirrors. When Dennis walked out, on the same set of windows, he noticed that there were tiny child handprints in the dust. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and turned on the flashlight to get a better look. He pointed it down to the bottom of the window, where the first 2 handprints were, and then he started to raise the flashlight up, and we saw the imprinted pattern go all the way to the top of the glass, and presumably past it. Jeff was right next to us when we saw that, and he said that that kid must have been an acrobat. Yeah, something like that. I did not like seeing the kid prints in the dust. I whispered to Dennis that I didn't like the place, but we still hadn't toured upstairs. Jeff was feeling something weird too, because he started acting antsy, picking up his pace, walking us around the house, telling us all about its commodities. Then we went upstairs. The bedrooms were big, but there was nothing that could rejuvenate the overall essence of the house. Then, nearing the end of our tour upstairs, Jeff asks if we wanted to check out the attic. Apparently, it was spacious, and the original family made it a billiard room. I was already planning on saying hell no to this house, so I politely declined. Dennis agreed with me, and we all turned around to go back downstairs, but we heard this loud creak, The one from the front door again. And we all stopped in our tracks. Dennis and I looked at Jeff like this was probably more of his responsibility to see who'd just come in. He took baby steps to the stairs. His facial expression led me to believe that he hadn't planned on someone else joining us. Before he got to the railing, he said, "Hello? Hello?" His voice was shaking. Dennis pulled me close and we stood right where we were, in the upstairs hallway, while Jeff crept his way closer to the edge of the stairs. He said hello one more time before crouching down and looking to his right toward the front door. He quickly hops back up and says, "I don't know what that was. Front door's still closed." And then he goes, "Yeah, we're taught to lock the doors after we go inside, specifically for things like that." I did my best not to show it, but my blood pressure was through the roof watching this scrawny kid tiptoe like a cartoon character to the stairs. Then we heard a noise that sent us all barreling down the stairs and out the front door to Jeff's car. This time it was the unmistakable sound of pool balls cracking upstairs. Just one loud clack, ball on ball. Dennis almost took Jeff out going down the stairs. I felt bad watching him fumble for his keys trying to lock the door before bolting back to his car with us. He hit the car in reverse and I almost went through the windshield. My fault for not having my seatbelt on. But I recovered, and we got out of there. All this being said, we're still looking for a home to buy. If you're selling and can guarantee your property's not infested with ghosts, please send me a message. Only serious inquiries. There's an old song that says, if you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. And I don't think that's embodied anyone better than my friend Donnie. I don't gotta worry about him stumbling on this story and reading it because Donnie doesn't go on these kinds of radical pages. Dang, I'm even gonna have to denounce his title of my friend. Donnie's a giant man that I work with. He rides a motorcycle without a helmet because he doesn't want to fuck up his greased back thinning hair, and he harasses the female employees on a regular basis. He has no problem talking loudly about his weekend escapades with the male coworkers, who are both unimpressed and uncomfortable, maintaining their professional behavior while Donnie spouts off about the illegal pleasures he elicits. But today was different. Different enough for me to document it in some way because I really might be able to follow up on it depending how everything goes. So Donnie came into work late this morning. It was the first time that I'd seen his hair not combed to perfection. All of him looked swamped. It looked like he hadn't slept for days. I may be biased on my opinion of what he looked like because of what I was told, and that only came from one source. Nobody else seemed to notice Donnie's unprofessional attire, but a real friend of mine named Zelly works on the same floor as me, and when Donnie came in, he went straight to her desk and asked her to talk somewhere private. Zelly added that it wasn't a flirty request, desperate in an authentic way. So Zelly and him walked out of the office over to a private meeting room. I spied on them through the window, and at one point, it looked like he was going to take his shirt off. That's not what he was trying to do, though, and I'm glad I didn't storm in there. When it looked like they were getting ready to leave, I ran back to my desk. After they exited, he turned the other way and left the building again. And Zelly came back, making long, meaningful eye contact with me the whole time. She came over to sit at my desk. I asked what that was about. I'm told that Donnie misidentified her as Native American. Zelly's Italian, but she let him finish his thought before correcting him. Donnie tells her that he went out hunting over the weekend with a few of his friends. He got a deer in his crosshairs and took it down with one shot. But when he walked the 100 or so yards to the body, it had already decomposed. Same deer that he'd seen in the scope, The entry wound from the bullet was still warm, but the meat around it was cold, like the deer had been dead long before he'd shot it. Zelly says Donnie's eyes started to fill up like he was going to cry. He said that when he touched the deer's body, he felt an energy enter him. He couldn't explain it any more than that. He started to get overheated and sick, so his friends canceled their hunting plans to take him to the hospital. Doctors took blood samples, but nobody could help. Every night since then, including last night, he had paralyzing nightmares that he says aren't nightmares because he swears he's wide awake when he sees this tall man with a hunched back standing at the end of his bed. Donnie says that he's missing his lower jaw and that his eyes are all black. He's been showing up ever since he shot that deer, and he doesn't know how to make him stop. Unbuttoning his shirt, Donnie reveals a literal mark on his ribs, like someone had given him a slap of a lifetime. Zelly did admit that she thought the markings looked weird, skinny and long, almost like whip marks all extending from one wide pancake center point. I had her draw it on a piece of paper. It looked like a small frying pan with 5 long handles. Donnie winced when he lifted his shirt and told Zelly they're excruciatingly raw. The veins around the red area were all aggravated as well. She empathized with his pain because Zelly's a nice girl, but she also had to ask why he was showing her this. That's when he tells her that he's afraid there's a demon or something in his house. He thinks it's trying to possess him. Pointing to his head, Donnie claimed that he could feel it changing him inside. Thoughts that aren't his own entering his head without permission. He thinks because this demon's associated with nature that he needs a Native American shaman to help exorcise it. When Zelly told him that she was Italian, he almost broke down in tears, asking if she knew any Native Americans. Finally, she's like, "Donnie, you need to go get that checked out." He asks, "Does it look that bad?" And she tells him for sure it does. Zelly again had to re-describe the frying pan-sized bruise with even more vivid detail. Apparently, it was that crazy looking. Wild shit, right? Donnie didn't come back today. I'm curious if he'll be back this week or at all. The stuff he told Zelly about changing him inside, it really gave me a bad feeling. I told her to tell HR what happened, but I don't know if she did or not. I'm going to have to follow up on it tomorrow, but yeah, what do I do now? I'm still not technically okay. I want to start there. I keep trying to logically explain what happened, but it just loops back on itself and makes me feel crazy, which is probably what it's supposed to do. This is back in college, maybe 4 years ago. I moved into this cheap place in a half-abandoned neighborhood on the south side of Buffalo. It was a second-floor walk-up, creaky floors, radiators that sounded like a drum solo, the whole bit. It was just a feeling at first, that vague, cold awareness that you are absolutely not alone. You know, like when you can feel a stare on your back. It was that, but constant, and always focused on the kitchen. The kitchen was the worst. It had this huge single-pane window overlooking a dead-end alley. Even with the blinds shut, standing in there felt like taking off your coat in a blizzard. I started leaving the radio on 24/7, trying to drown out that type of silence, but it didn't help. I was sleeping maybe 4 hours a night, waking up in a sweat, my whole body just bracing for something to happen. I'm a biology major. I don't believe in ghosts or hexes, but for a few weeks, logic starts to crumble when you're in that sleep-deprived state. I started doing stupid things, little ridiculous rituals that were supposed to make me feel safe. I drew this wonky compass rose on the back of the pantry door. I'd set my shoes by the front door facing out, convinced that if I ran, I needed to run fast. I even left the shower running for a night just because the sound of running water felt like a shield. Pathetic and a huge waste of water, I know. Then I remembered this old, awful movie about witches, how they couldn't cross a line of salt. It was such a goofy, desperate thought, but I went to the corner store, bought 3 huge containers of iodinized salt, and went to work. I lined the base of the front door, the sill of the bathroom window, and every single edge of that huge kitchen window. I packed the salt down with a flat-line butter knife. It was humiliating, but I did it. And then stillness for a week, maybe 10 days. The air in the apartment felt thinner, easier to breathe. The cold pressure on my back was gone. It was just an old, cheap apartment again. I thought, okay, it was all stress, lack of sleep. The salt thing was a placebo, and I'm fine now. Then I woke up that Tuesday morning, around 4 a.m., to this faint light. Not an external light like a street lamp. It was coming from the kitchen. It was this soft, internal glow, a low, milky white luminescence. I crawled out of bed, holding my breath, and peeked around the corner. The salt. The line that I'd carefully packed along the bottom of the kitchen windowsill was shining. And it wasn't just sitting there. It was moving. Slowly, gently. The individual crystals were rising a fraction of an inch from the wood, swirling like smoke in a windless room. A shimmering, silent upward current. It was all contained right over the line I'd drawn, contained by the glass. The light wasn't comforting. It wasn't warm. It felt like something being pressurized against the window, and the salt was the only thing holding it back. I thought I could hear, no, feel, a low humming vibration in the floorboards under my bare feet, like an idling engine. I stood there, staring at this impossible glow, and the swirling crystals, and that awful pressure came back, 1,000 times worse. It wasn't just watching me now. It felt like it was waiting for me to open the window so the salt barrier could break and that white electric cold could flow in. I didn't call the police. I didn't grab my books. I just backed away slowly until I hit the closet where I kept my jacket and my keys. I threw my coat on, not even tying my shoes. I ran down those creaky stairs, and I drove 40 miles east to my sister's place without stopping. And I never stepped foot in that apartment again, not alone. I lost the deposit. I lost a lot of furniture. I lost the whole semester, frankly. But I know what I saw. I just don't know what it means or what it was. Was the salt holding something out, or was it keeping something in? Sometimes I still get that feeling that if I look closely at the floorboards, I'll see the faintest trace of glowing white powder that tracked out with me. I'm always paranoid that something came with me, but I guess it's been long enough to let that go. You get to a certain age and you figure out what you like. For me, it's high up places and quiet work. That's why when I retired from teaching high school shop, I took the volunteer gig with the Forest Service. I spent summers in a lookout tower on the spine of the Cascades, a little glass box 80 feet up, just me and the wideband radio. The silence up there isn't really silence. It's a texture of its own. It's the hum of the transformer, the rattle of the glass when the wind hits, the distant, steady rush of a stream 10 miles down the valley. And beneath all that, the the radio static, a soft, low hiss that you don't hear, you just feel it in your teeth. That hiss is the baseline of the world, and I grew to love it. My job was to monitor emergency channels mostly. You listen for the distress codes, for the hikers who went off trail. But mostly you listen to nothing. Hours and days of the earth breathing, broken up by the occasional call from another lookout or a grumpy park ranger down in the valley. This one night, maybe halfway through the July, the air felt thick and still. The kind of night where the stars are so bright that you feel that you could reach out and pluck them. I was half dozing in my chair, with my heavy foam headphones on, just basking in the hiss, when something broke it. It wasn't a human voice, not with a distress call, but with a song. It was like a little girl's voice, clear as spring water, singing a very old nursery rhyme, one about a willow branch and a silver needle. It sounded incredibly close, almost in the room with me, which was impossible. I was locked in, 30 miles from the nearest paved road. I snapped awake, reaching for the mic. Forest Service Lookout 47, I have an unsecured channel. Identify yourself, please. The singing didn't stop. It just kept going. Sweet, simple, filling my head. Then the second voice cut in. It was low, guttural, and so deep it felt less like a sound and more like a vibration passing through the bone. It was singing the exact same melody, though. It was completely off-key, warped, somehow backwards even. The two voices layered over each other, the sweet, clear child, and this wet, throaty sound that was wrong in every measure. The combined noise made the static scream, like the radio waves themselves were protesting the sound. I realized with a crushing, sickening certainty that the noise wasn't coming from the airwaves. It was being channeled through the headset, not by it. It was something in the woods, or maybe beneath them, using the equipment to gain access to my head. My hands flew up to rip the headset off, but I was too slow. Right as my fingers touched the foam, the little girl's voice stopped abruptly. The deep, rumbling voice stopped with her. And the silence that followed wasn't the natural silence I love. It was an echoing, held breath kind of silence. Then, crystal clear, right in the dead air of the empty channel, the little girl's voice said a simple, 3-word phrase. Not a question or a threat, just an observation. It's quiet now. I flung the headset across the room. It clattered against the far wall, sending a fresh burst of static across the cabin. I spent the rest of the night with my back wedged against the stove, listening to the glass rattle, waiting for the morning light to paint the trees. I never mentioned it in the log. I told the ranger that my radio had been acting up and that the unit needed maintenance. They replaced the whole system the next week. But when I'm driving down an empty road, alone sometimes, if I turn off my own car radio, I hear that brief, held breath silence before the engine noise comes back. I remember that little voice in the silence that was out there. It's quiet now. I work in IT at a small university library, mostly dealing with network issues and busted printers. A few months ago, the head librarian called me to the basement archives because an old filing cabinet was stuck. Turns out it wasn't stuck. A big antique brass door knocker had fallen behind it. This wasn't shaped like a lion's head or anything regal. It was shaped like a human hand, maybe life-sized, with a heavy, thick brass ring clenched in the fist. It was strangely cold to the touch. The librarian didn't want it, so I took it home, planning to sell it on Etsy. I hung it on my office wall as a decoration while I waited for a free weekend to list it. Everything was fine until I started noticing things happening, specifically to my electronics, things that were plugged into the wall. It started with the phone charger. I'd plug in my phone, and it would charge to 80% and then just stop. Then my laptop. It would randomly shut down, and when I restarted it, the battery would be completely drained, even though it was plugged in. I bought new cords, new surge protectors. Nothing worked. I noticed a pattern. Everything that failed, everything that died despite being plugged in, was in the same room as the brass hand knocker. I went into my office to work one night, and the overhead light flickered and died. I walked over to the outlet to see if the bulb was just loose, and that's when I saw something. The brass hand. It wasn't on the wall. It was sitting on my power strip. It was lying flat across the black plastic, perfectly covering the on and off switch with its brass palm. The green power light was off. I picked it up, feeling a wave of deep, unnerving cold when I did. I put it back on the wall hook, and the power strip immediately clicked back on, the light shining bright green. I convinced myself that it had simply fallen off the wall and onto the strip. But it escalated. I came home from work and I found every single wall outlet in my entire office, 8 of them, had something jammed into the top grounding hole. It wasn't metal. It was a tiny, dried-out, blackened piece of organic matter, like a piece of root or burnt twig, just enough to break the circuit. On my desk, the brass hand knocker was sitting on a little pile of these tiny black twigs. It had somehow unplugged the entire room from the electrical grid. I was honestly kind of terrified, but also weirdly compelled. I took the brass hand off the desk, carried it downstairs. I got a heavy-duty waterproof cooler, wrapped the hand in a trash bag, put it inside. I secured the cooler with 2 bungee cords. I felt a huge wave of relief. I went back upstairs, and for the first time in weeks, my laptop was fully charged. I woke up at 4 a.m. to a distinct, metallic knocking sound. It wasn't the door. It was coming from my basement. I walked down the stairs, and the sound was clear. Knock, 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 pause. Knock, knock, knock. It was coming from the laundry room. I flicked on the light. The waterproof cooler was lying on its side, the lid still secured by the bungee cords, but on the floor next to it, the brass ring. The big, thick ring that was meant to be clenched in the hand's fist. The ring had somehow been worked free of the brass hand, and it was banging rhythmically against the metal side of the washing machine, hitting the machine right on the spot where the power cord plugs into the back. I sold my house 2 weeks later. I left the cooler in the basement, still corded shut. I didn't open it. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it wasn't a spirit looking for connection. It was something that wanted to cut the connection. It wanted to make life around it dark and cold, just like it was. I've been an apartment property manager for a small complex for about 5 years now, and you do see all kinds of weird things. But this started with a perfectly normal email from a tenant, an older woman named Miss Peterson, who was moving into a retirement home. She just wanted to know if we could dispose of a few old, heavy items that she didn't want to haul with her. One of them was a massive, ordinately carved oak mirror, the kind that takes 2 strong men just to lift. I told her that we couldn't officially do disposal, but I'd list it in the community classified section under our building newsletter for free. I snapped a quick photo of it in her empty living room. It was beautiful, honestly. Dark, heavy wood, maybe an antique. The glass was deeply smoked and cloudy with age. I took the photo for the listing. It just showed the mirror leaning against the wall of the vacant apartment. The listing ran for a week and no one bit. Too big, too heavy, I guess. So I took the listing down. The next day I had to go back to the unit to do a final walkthrough. Everything was spotless, except for the mirror still leaning against the far wall. I walked through the unit, taking notes, and then I stopped. I pulled out my phone to check my checklist, and I saw the photo of the mirror on my camera roll. But it wasn't the original photo. In the picture, the lighting was different. The apartment didn't look empty anymore. The mirror was still there, but reflected in the glass, faintly, was a narrow, dark hallway that I didn't recognize. It looked like it was taken on a different phone, too. The timestamp was from the day before, right when I took the original photo, but the file name was slightly off. I checked my phone's recently deleted folder. The original, clear photo of an empty room. It was there, waiting to be permanently deleted. This new photo, this reflection photo, was now the main copy. I was creeped out, but I'm rational. Maybe it was a cloud backup glitch. Maybe I accidentally downloaded an old stock photo. I deleted the corrupted image, took a new one of the empty room, and finished the walkthrough. I went home that night. When I scrolled through my phone's photos to show my wife the unit, the new uncorrupted photo was gone. In its place, again, was the same picture of the mirror, showing that dark, unidentifiable hallway. I tried to zoom in, but the reflection was just too murky. This went on for 3 days. Every time I took a new picture, the next day it would be overwritten with a new one. Same mirror, same dark hallway in the glass. On the 4th day, I got a text from a different tenant saying they were interested in the mirror I posted. I said I hadn't posted anything lately, asked if they were referring to the old one, but they insisted. It's right here in the community chat. You just posted it an hour ago. I opened the chat. There was my contact photo and a message I absolutely did not write. Mirror, beautiful, must go today, Mrs. Peterson's old home. And below it was the picture. Not the picture of the mirror in the empty room. It was the picture of the mirror with that dark, reflective hallway. Only this time, it wasn't murky. It was crisp. And in the very back of the reflection, standing right at the end of the reflected hall, was the very faint, very tall, unmistakable shape of a man. I threw my phone down, drove back to the apartment, wrapped that mirror in a sheet, and dragged it to the dumpster. I couldn't, in a good conscience, hand that thing over to someone, but I also couldn't destroy it, so I left it there. The next day, the listing on the community chat was deleted, and the mirror was gone. I work alone, midnight to 8 a.m., as an access control technician, which is just a fancy name for watching empty lobbies on CCTV. The office building is dead silent, and my biggest threat is running out of charging cable length. This story centers on the South Annex fire door, a generic metal door at the end of a long, white, fluorescent-lit corridor that's only used for storage. The camera focused on it keeps doing this weird thing where it glitches out for a split second, maybe a tenth of a second, about 3 or 4 times an hour. I log it as a firmware bug. Whatever. Then the glitches start happening when I'm walking through that hallway for my rounds. During the flash, I see something. A figure standing right by the door. It's not a shadow, but a super clear, staticky snapshot of a tall, impossibly thin person in a dark suit. Just there. I initially figure it's a lighting artifact, or maybe I'm sleep-deprived as fuck, and I need to drink more energy drinks. But then the figure starts moving within the glitch. It's never in the same place in the snapshot. Sometimes it's leaning, sometimes its head is tilted. The biggest change comes from when I realize the figure isn't just in the glitch. It causes the glitch. I start hearing faint, high-frequency digital whispers right before the flash, like corrupted audio files being played too fast. The whisper sounds like my name, but stretched and garbled. Everything peaks when I deliberately try to trigger the glitch by standing in front of the door with my phone camera running. I capture a flash, but my phone screen is just a wall of static. When I look up, the figure isn't in the glitch anymore. It's standing still in the hallway, and it's waiting for the next glitch to disappear. The final moment is the realization that the figure is only fully visible during the split-second failure of observation, and the whispers are the only part of it that can exist in continuous time. It's not the ghost that's glitched. It's my perception that's lagging behind, something that's always been there. What exactly it is, I'm not sure. I only got the gig at the mill, Watson's Mill, because my friend Jen couldn't stop talking about community grants. They'll pay you to scrape paint, she said, waving a form at me like it was a golden ticket. Heritage restoration, fresh faces, we love that. I do not have what anyone would call a restoration background. I have a left shoulder that clicks when I carry lumber, and a playlist called Paint Fumes, but make it cozy. That's the vibe that I brought to the job. Capable enough, mildly underqualified, eager for a paycheck. The mill sits on a bend of a lazy river, half an hour outside of Ottawa. A rectangle of limestone and timber beams, glass panes that wobble in their frames. It's a building that you visit on a school field trip and swear that you'll come back to it in the fall when the leaves go red, which you never do. It smells like damp stone and flour, even though no grains have been through those stones for decades. They're making it a small museum again. Interpretive signs, a gift nook that will stock maple candies and tea towels with tasteful wheat motifs. The crew is a mix of a serious carpenter named Alex, a retired teacher who knows every nail's proper name, and me, who asks where we keep the big scrubby scrapey thing, and is handed a carding brush. The first week, it's all scaffolding and tarps. The second week, we're inside, patching hairline cracks and consolidating old mortar. The mill machinery is there, bulking and quiet. The wooden chute for the grain, the dresser, the leather belts looped over iron pulleys. A governor that looks like something that belongs on a steampunk poster. 2 metal balls that would spin out with the speed to regulate the stones. It's beautiful and blunt. You can imagine it roaring. Local lore does the rounds almost immediately. A volunteer with a key ring the size of a salad plate tells us not to worry if we hear footsteps on the 3rd floor, because that's just the building settling. Someone else mentions a girl who died in the mill in the 1800s, and then corrects themselves. No, it was a young woman. And the story's more complicated. But anyway, don't work alone late. We laugh. It's July. 4:30 sunsets are a problem for future us. But I don't experience something late or after hours. It's a Tuesday, maybe 3 p.m., which has got to be the least haunted time of day. Alex goes out to the truck to call the electrician. The retired teacher, Mr. Doyle, he insists on Mr., is counting screws in that way that retired teachers count things, methodically and for real. The river outside is low, summer lazy, the spillway half closed. I end up downstairs in search of a broom. The first floor is cool and cave-like, stone on all 3 sides and the river winking through the window on the 4th. You can smell grain here, even stronger. A ghost odor I can't place. Sweet, stale, something like old cereal boxes. I stand a second because it feels good on my sunburned skin, and then I remember the broom closet is near the main shaft, where the wheel connects to a fat iron rod that once turned everything. I don't know anything about mills in general, not really, but I've been looking at this shaft for 2 weeks at this point, and it's always made me think of an animal in a barn, sleeping, but alive. That's a weird thought to have, and I blame the podcasts I listen to with my headphones on, the ones where people tell you that their house sighs and talks and you believe them. The broom's propped up behind a display case that we haven't cleared yet. I'm dragging it out when I hear the belt whisper. That's the sound. Whisper. The long leather strap that hangs off the main drive gives this dry little shiver and shifts an inch. I'm now listening for footsteps above me, because movement in here means that someone's pulling something, right? But there's nothing. The upstairs is quiet except for a sander that's been off all day and the muted pigeon noise from the rafters. The belt shivers again. This time, it's not imagination. I can see it move. The main shaft gives a polite nudge. Tick. And the governor's balls, those iron spheres, they rock inward, like a slow inhale. I lean over the railing and look out at the water wheel through the open slats. The wheel doesn't move. The river doesn't surge. Everything outside is July still. But inside, something is saying, let's try a little. Tick. Another nudge. Sort of movement you could explain 1,000 ways. Settling wood, thermal expansion, my own heartbeat. Except the next thing is not explainable by a heartbeat, at least not mine. The governor lifts. Not a lot. A thumb's width. It's just enough that the linkage rod connected to it makes the tiniest metallic sound. Alex, I call, because hearing your own voice makes the world line up. You down here? No answer. The retired teacher coughs once upstairs. Footsteps go across a board in a slow, I'm counting screws rhythm. There's this instinct to put your hand on a warm hood after a drive, to feel the engine's heat and say, yeah, it's been running. That's the impulse that I fight. You're not supposed to touch century-old equipment with bare hands, oil and all that. But the real reason I don't touch the shaft is because I'm a little scared of learning that it's warm. The governor lifts again. The leather belt slides a careful inch over the pulley, and the pulley in response rolls. It's not even turning, more like politely remembering how to move. I feel pressure in my ears, like when a train goes by, that tiny, irrational body sense of mass in motion. The mill, it smells stronger all at once, sweet and chalky, as if someone dragged a sack of grain across the floor and split it on a nail. Hey, I say to no one, don't. That's ridiculous. I'm talking to a building, but it stops, like a dog caught nosing a counter. The belt stills. The governor settles, lowest point. A clink as the linkage kisses its seat. The silence after is magnified. The river hush, the pigeon shuffle, my own breath. I stand for a long minute because moving feels like it's going to pop some sort of bubble. And then I go to the spillway lever, because of course there's a rational explanation, and I check it. The gate is exactly where it's been all day. Outside, the water wheel is as is. I put my palm to the shaft anyway, because I have to know. It's not warm, but it's also not cold. Stone is cool, room cool. It's just familiar. Upstairs, Mr. Doyle calls my name, wanting to know if I've seen the box of drywall screws. My voice sounds normal when I answer. I go back upstairs, and I spend the next hour just telling myself it's fine. At some point, Alex returns, smelling like sawdust and phone frustration. We argue mildly about lunch for the next day. Subs or that diner with the neon trout sign. For some reason, I don't mention the governor. I don't mention the belt. I wasn't exactly worried about what they would say. It was more like I was just trying to figure it out for myself, deciding what had really happened. Later, when we're closing up, we all go down together to make sure the windows are latched. Casually looking around, the belt looks like a belt again. Everything's normal. Governor looks like a forgotten coat hook. We lock the door, and the mill keeps its cool breath behind stone. That night, I look up videos of the machinery, real diagrams. There are a million reasons that a belt might move. A draft, vibrations from upstairs, the river pushing just enough through the gate to rock the shaft, the leather relaxing. I believe those reasons. I also believe the smell of grain got incredibly strong for a few seconds there, in a building that hasn't milled anything in living memory. So those things can both be true at once. On my last day, a few weeks later, I run a clean rag along the railing by the main drive. The rag comes up gray. I fold it in quarters and keep it in my pocket. It feels corny, but I wanted a piece of this place, one that wasn't a tea towel with wheat on it. Before I go, I stand by the governor and the belt and the shaft, and I say quietly, "You're gonna look great this fall." It might seem strange, but I guess when people say that a place feels alive, that mill definitely felt that way. So it didn't really feel like I was talking to a building. It was like I was talking to a person. When this all started, it was supposed to be the chill weekend we all needed. 4 of us, 1 borrowed shanty, a pile of gas station snacks, and a lake that you have to lie to your mother about because the turnoff sign is missing, and the cell service gives up halfway there. We've fished that general area since high school. The lake's the only one that freezes flat enough most years to pretend we know what we're doing. We got out before sunrise and punched the first hole near the drop-off that we like. The ice was thick enough to make those good hollow knocks when the auger bites. The air was so cold that it felt like it made noise. We did the dumb jokes, the first beer at 8 a.m., the whole ritual. The first few hours, nothing but a couple lazy perch and so much coffee I could hear my own heartbeat. But around noon, the light did that white-on-white thing, where the sky and the ice forgot that they're supposed to be different. I was sitting half in, half out of the shanty, with my gloves off, to mess with the line. And I noticed a glow under the hole that wasn't the reflection of anything we had. It looked like somebody had put a flashlight on low under there, moving it in slow circles. "Phone light," Tom said, and held his over the hole. When he did, the glow under the ice paused and drifted away. We all made the same idiot face and leaned in, because the next instinct after fear is curiosity if you're with friends. It came back near Mike's hole, 5 feet over. Not bright, just obvious. The color wasn't right for a phone. It was the pale kind of glow that you get from a glow stick after 3 hours of use. except it wasn't green or blue. It was almost the same color of the snow. A shape moved inside of it, quick like a fish, then another. I remember thinking plankton, even though I know that doesn't light up under ice like that. Bioluminescence? Tom tried, because he likes big words when he's nervous. Wrong lake for that, Mike said, but softer than usual. We got more holes going. You can judge us for that later. We weren't thinking bad idea. We were thinking that we'd just discovered a weird trick of light, and we wanted 10 weird tricks. When I started on the new hole, the auger snagged on something that wasn't ice, not a branch or a rock. The motor bogged and the handle jerked. I killed it before it snapped my thumb. When I pulled up, there was something on the blade that slid off back into the hole with this slow, thick reluctance. It was dark, darker than the lake water should have been, and it left a stain on the clear ice. At the edge, it looked like coffee had been spilled into glass. "Dude," Tom said. "Dude." We all leaned in again, because apparently we don't learn. The glow that had been wandering took a straight line toward a new hole and stopped under it. The ice there was maybe 10 inches thick, clear as a window. Pressed against it from below was a pale hand. That was what my brain said first. Hand. Because it was the right overall shape. But the fingers seemed wrong in a way that makes everything hurt. Too long, too even. Like nobody had ever jammed them in a car door or chewed a nail. No webbing or hair. Because of how it was facing, I couldn't see if there were nails or not. But I could see that the skin was so smooth. There were clearly no fingerprints or texture. It just lay flat against the ice like it was feeling for warmth. Then it curled its fingers, and there was a tapping sound. It was like a knocking on a table to get someone's attention, but one we couldn't recreate on the ice. We all went still together, like birds deciding that the shadow is close enough to matter. The tapping had that dull underwater quality, a little late for our ears. The hand slid sideways, slow, exploring the underside of the ice toward the first hole that we drilled. We backed up uncoordinated like kids in a haunted house. The glow moved with us. I don't remember choosing to talk, but I heard myself say, "We should go." Nobody argued. That's the part that tells me that I wasn't making it bigger in my head. We're not a group that leaves fish on the finder. We started tossing gear into the sled. Mike grabbed the auger, probably because he wanted something that looked like a weapon. When he yanked it up, the smell hit us. It wasn't rot. It was gas. It was like mud from too deep down. The first breath you take opening a cold freezer that's been off for a year. It made my tongue feel coated. He swore and gagged, and we all started laughing. Because that's what your body does when the fight or flight switch flips, and there's no fight that you can get your hands around. Under the hole, the glow fanned out wider, like something spreading a cloak. The hand, if we're calling it that, drifted away and found another pressed further out. The part we all collectively replay. As that second hand slid, I saw the suggestion of a face in the deeper ice between our holes. Not the face itself, the negative space of one. Eyes darker than dark, and big where they shouldn't have fit. Nothing about it felt right, correct, but we were all seeing it, and we couldn't explain what it was. Tom said my name like I was supposed to know the counterspell, and I just said, "Go." And my voice had the shape of a prayer without any words in it. We hauled. The sled was heavier than it should have been, and the path back looked longer than when we came out. The ice made those big drum sounds that every lake talks in sometimes, traveling cracks far away, not breaking, just speaking. Each one felt personal. The glow followed under us for maybe 20 yards, keeping pace like it was curious or trying to join. And then it veered off toward a darker patch, and it sank down slow and low until the ice went back to being nothing but ice. At the truck, I realized my hands were shaking hard enough that I dropped the keys, and I had to go down on one knee to get them. My knee made a round spot in the snow, perfect like a stamp. I thought of the handprint under the ice, and I stood up so fast that black sparkled for a second. We didn't talk about it driving out. Mike rolled the window down even though it was stupid cold, trying to get the smell out of his head. At the highway, Tom said, "So, bioluminescence is real, though." We all laughed, harder than we should have, because of our nerves. Back in town, we hit the deli, I guess not wanting to go home with it still in the air around us. The lady behind the counter asked how the fishing was, and I said, "We caught a story." And she said that was the saddest thing she'd heard all day, and gave us extra pickles. I Googled all the usual things later: ice bubbles, methane, weird lake bacteria, light tricks. I found videos of anglers tapping the underside of clear ice. Lots of pretty stuff, but none of it looked like what we saw. None of the stuff on there had hands. We went back for the shanty the next day because we left it. The holes had frozen over an inch or two. In the new ice over, the one where the auger snagged, there was a cloudy swirl like something had been stirred into the freeze and then changed its mind. It had a tint to it I don't want to describe because I can taste it when I think about it. If there's a version of this where we were just scared of light and our own reflections, I would like to subscribe to that reality. But I keep thinking about the way that it tapped and how it looked. It wasn't angry. It was just, hey, like you'd knock on glass to get someone's attention. I don't think it wanted to break through. I think the ice was the point, a window, not a barrier. I think whatever lives under there wanted us to see that it could get to the window whenever it liked. And we've got other lakes, and I'm okay with never going back to that one, even if the perch get huge by late winter. Mike says that we should try it just one more time, when it's thick enough to park on. Tom says he's bringing flares because that'll definitely fix it. I say maybe I'll take up bowling instead of fishing. Many moons ago in Chicago, I was in my early 20s. I'd moved to the back of the yards from Bridgeport with my brother Otis after we were both fired on the same day at the manufacturing plant we worked at. That's another story entirely. It's got nothing to do with demons, so I'm not getting into that bullshit now. Let's just say my brother defended me from a higher-up getting too touchy with a woman on the floor. Before I even started my first shift, Otis warned me, don't get caught alone with some of these managers. But he caught one of the leads assaulting another girl in the south stairwell at work. The same guy who'd been messing with me. Now that I think about it, this guy was kind of like a demon, so let's just finish that and then I'll get to the main story. My brother had to tell a story in front of the judge. He said that when he caught the man, the guy turned and glared at him like a demented lunatic. Some might have called it demonic. The manager, with the devilish glare and his pants around his knees, leapt sideways and then horizontally down the flight of stairs, twice. It was the craziest thing my brother had ever witnessed. The judge didn't believe his story, pointing to evidence that the man's injuries didn't align with what Otis described. But the woman that he assaulted sided with my brother in court. The case was dismissed, and despite the man's injuries, Otis didn't serve any time. But that being said, we also didn't have jobs after the gavel. Somehow being his little sister made me equally part of the beating, even though I was out smoking on a break when it happened. Whatever, after that, neither of us had much saved up. But we could rent or even buy a little place outright at a fraction of the cost in the back of the yards. I took a job working in an arcade to make ends meet for the time being, and Otis got a seasonal job working construction. Our circumstances weren't unique around there. It's like the end of the line for most of its residents. I'd say we were even considered among the better off houses in that part of town. The people there are strong and have seen the short end of the stick most of their lives, but the community never gives up the good fight. We never had any problems living out there. No human problems, I should say. And the only big incident we had could have happened anywhere. It just happened to take place in the back of the yards. Otis was out gambling, playing cards with some folks one night, when a man they'd never seen before strolled in and asked them for a hand. They told him they were playing for dollars, but the man didn't have any cash to wager. Only a really fancy watch that he had tossed on the table to buy in. They thought the watch must have been fake because of how sparkly it was. But after a close examination by a few reputable fellas, it was confirmed to be real. Worth the equivalent of everyone putting all of their chips in for a single round. A night of gambling with friends turned into one game of all or nothing for the 6 men around the card table. I don't know the ins and outs of the game, but Otis said that when they revealed their hands, the man who'd bet his watch didn't have anything close to winning. Without saying another word, he smiled, got up from the table, and left while the other men laughed or cursed at each other over the results. Otis ended up winning the pot that night, and after telling the story, he lifted the sleeve of his jacket to show the expensive watch he'd won. The next morning, he woke up feeling sick. It could have been a hangover, but Otis said that it was like nothing he'd experienced before. A blinding headache, temperature through the roof. When I got home from work, he was laying on the couch. His clothes were soaked from cold sweats, and he was acting confused and strange. With the amount he was sweating, it could have been dehydration, but he said that he'd been drinking water all day. He told me he was hearing voices in the house when I was gone. He knew that he wasn't dreaming because he was actually seeing the people when he closed his eyes. They would stare at him, awake, and he'd find himself alone in the house. Then the voices would start up around him. When they spoke, their words weren't directed at Otis, but they made him paranoid. It sounded like hearing your parents argue in another room, except they were saying things like, "He's useless. He's a burden." Almost like intrusive thoughts projected outward. I blamed it on the fever because I didn't know what else it could be. And it especially was unsettling when he said the voices were talking about me. Mentioning I'd been plotting his downfall since we moved there. I had to reassure him more than once that I wasn't poisoning him or scheming behind his back. Over the next few days, as Otis recovered from whatever illness this was, his personality began to change. He was noticeably more irritable, short with his answers, always looked distracted. And when you're talking to someone, and you can see in their eyes that they aren't paying attention, he did that a lot. He'd have small stints of what I call clarity, where he'd act normal for a moment before shifting into a brooding jerk again. He refused to get help, downplayed his little blackouts until his behavior reached a level that he couldn't deny. One night, I got home from work late and I didn't see Otis in the house. I didn't think much of it until I was making my bed. There's a long mirror across from where I sleep and a window behind me. The curtains were open, and I swear I saw Otis standing outside looking in at me, staring at the back of my head. Then we made eye contact through the mirror's reflection, and he ducked down out of view. The motion-censored lights that we had outside the laundry room door clicked on. There are two pretty large bulbs that light up the backyard to an almost irritating brightness when you're trying to sleep. I dropped what I was doing and opened the laundry room door. Otis had his back to me, crouched on the ground in the middle of the yard. He ignored my calls, so I started walking towards him while still trying to get his attention. I ended up having to walk around to the front of him to get him to look at me. With the one light source behind him, even up close, it was hard to read what he was doing. Then he lifted his head, and I'll never forget what I saw. Sure, it wore the flesh of my brother, but I knew Otis wasn't in there. There were no whites in his eyes, pure black lid to lid. The rings around his sockets were almost as dark as the eyes that they framed, and his cheekbones jutted out in an uncanny way. His once plump, boyish face was emaciated. The skin on his bones and around his eyes looked scratched and bloodied. There was a mess below his nose that I was horrified to recognize as a half-eaten gull. Otis was holding onto the bird with his teeth. A wing and its head dangled loosely as he chewed, and I watched the innards squish from side to side in his mouth when he bit down. Then the motion-censored lights turned off. The moon couldn't shine through. There was too much cloud cover that night, and the light from the house windows didn't reach where we were. I was literally scared stiff, terrified to the point where my brain stopped sending signals to my muscles, telling me what to do next. It just said, "Oh no." The fabric of Otis's clothes brushed the grass as he rose from the crouch. The distant light from the windows became blocked by his frame. I was frozen. Under the cover of night, I could only judge his distance by the smell of death that hit me when he exhaled. The stench grew stronger until I felt his breath ruffle the hairs on my forehead. Otis is a lot taller than me, roughly a foot taller, but it was the first time in our lives that I'd ever felt intimidated by him. For the first time, I thought that if Otis wanted to kill me, I wouldn't stand a chance. Our whole lives, I'd always seen my older brother as a knight in shining armor, protecting the princess. Suddenly, the only feeling I had toward Otis was fear. He was not my brother, and I couldn't predict what he would do next. I could hear his little movements in the dark. He was making painful grunts. I think if Otis was still in there at all, he was desperately fighting to regain control and not let whatever it was do what it planned to do to me. The whole time I stood there, I wasn't touched. Then I heard the sound of his feet trail off in a sprint, leaving me in silence, aside from the distant rumble of the yard. I don't know how long I stood alone in the yard in the dark. Eventually, my brain powered up enough for me to get inside the house. Otis didn't come back that night. The next day at work, the phone rang, and instead of my parents calling to make birthday reservations, it was a police officer telling me that they detained my brother, and I could pick him up at my earliest convenience. They had reports of a man electrocuting himself while climbing a telephone pole. He'd been treated for multiple burns and a broken ankle from the fall. Then he was held until I could get there. Otis couldn't remember anything from the prior night and was devastated when he saw the cast on his leg. But he was acting like himself again. We collected his belongings from a white plastic bin. He stayed in the jail-issued clothes because his shirt and pants were covered in blood and feathers. The rest of his stuff was in a Ziploc bag next to the clothes, and they let us take the bin because everything stunk so bad they just wanted it gone. Otis made me retell him everything that happened the night before, and the details shocked, horrified, and mortified him all at once. With no personal recollection, he could only guess what led to his electrocution. He was lucky he didn't die. At the hospital, the doctors tested him for everything, but they couldn't find any drugs or even alcohol in his system. His memory seemed to come back halfway through his hospital visit. When we got home, we trashed the bloodied clothes. Inside the Ziploc, Otis found his wallet and necklace, but the watch that he'd won that night at the card game, the one that he never took off, was nowhere to be found. But I couldn't help but notice that in its place on his wrist was a burn, some sort of red mark. Otis believes that someone at the police department stole it. He also says that a few dollars in his wallet went missing. I don't know how true any of that is, but I do know the watch was gone. I think it was for the best. Otis was too busy having blackouts and climbing telephone poles to realize that he only started acting that way after he got the watch. He blamed it on the fever, but I couldn't help believing that, even from the story of how he acquired it, there was something weird about that watch. I didn't like it, and I was glad it was gone. My purpose behind sharing this is not to depress anyone, so don't go getting all sad right off the bat. Actually, no, this is how we're going to do it. I'll tell you the end of my story first, and then we'll go back to the beginning. On my 11th birthday, my Aunt Becky and Uncle Ted adopted me at a California courthouse, brought me to Montana where I grew up healthy, happy, and not holding any baggage into my 30s. The end. Now, from the top. I was watching the Kids' Choice Awards on Nickelodeon. Amanda Bynes is on stage accepting an award. The place I called home was a sweltering hot trailer. The air conditioning never worked as long as I could remember. I always used to fiddle with the knobs and smack the side of the metal box, thinking maybe this one time and this one combination of turns and taps will work. I'd sit there for hours tinkering with it, like it was a video game cheat code that would energize it back to life again. But I was never really that good at Nintendo when I played over at my friend's house, and I was never able to activate the unbreak code for the AC unit. That night was especially unbearable, and I'd opened up all the windows in the house when I had gotten home from school that day, but nothing seemed to cool the trailer down. The award show went to a commercial break, and I hung my head out the open window, hoping a breeze would cool the sweat dripping down my forehead. The TV was louder than it needed to be in order to combat the noise of traffic outside. I also thought that I was home alone because I hadn't seen my mom all day. Her not being there was nothing new. I'd been essentially raising myself since I could dress myself. So when I pulled my head back in, and I saw her standing just out of the TV's light, back by her bedroom door, I was initially startled. But then she spoke to me, and she sounded just like she did when she was sober. It was a cadence that I couldn't pin down how or why it rang differently at first, but it had the ability to transport my 10-year-old self to 4 years prior. I didn't know I'd forgotten the way her soft, natural voice sounded until I heard it again. I turned down the TV with the remote as she said, "Claire Bear, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. I love you." Then she asked me if I could give 999 a bell for her. The phone was on a black ottoman we used as a coffee table. I grabbed it and started dialing. I hadn't thought to ask why I was calling until there was an operator on the other line asking me the same question. I turned back to see that my mom's no longer standing there. So, in a stammer, I tell them, "I don't know. My mom asked me to call, but she went back into the bedroom." They asked if she was hurt. Truthfully, I hadn't gotten the best look at her. The bright screen of the TV took away any potential for my eyes to adjust to seeing in the dark. But I said no because she sounded fine. They asked if anyone else was there. I tell them I don't know. I didn't think that my mom was even here until a couple of seconds ago. I give them my name, my mom's name, and our address. Instead of disconnecting, the operator asks to stay on the line with me until emergency services arrive. Then I'm asked if I can enter the bedroom where my mom was to give her the phone. I got up from the couch and walked over to her room, but when I tried to go in, the handle would turn but the door wouldn't budge. It was like something heavy on the other side had prevented me from entering. So I started knocking and calling out, "Mom, 999's on the phone and they need to talk to you." After a minute, I stopped knocking and pressed my ear against the wood of the door. I wanted to listen for any indication of what was going on in there. It was cold against my cheek, and the chill felt nice against my skin. My mom was singing in a whisper, like lullabies sung to a baby. For the life of me, I wouldn't be able to remember the specific tune, but I used to love when she'd sing around the house. It was barely audible, but when I heard it, I started pounding on that door again. When I stopped to listen again, the singing had stopped, but there weren't any other sounds of movement, and the door stayed unbudging with my efforts. I went back to sit on the couch, but had to hop back up again because the medics had just shown up. When I opened the door to the trailer to let them in, I made eye contact with a neighbor standing outside, an old nom vet whose name I can't remember, but the colorful ambulance lights had alerted everyone in the park, and they'd come out of their homes to be nosy. 2 medics ran in. They looked like kids. I'm not sure what age you have to be to work as a paramedic, but the guys that rushed in, they looked like they were still in high school. The bedroom was a skip from where they came in, and when they got to the bedroom, I expected these kids to struggle with the door, but it opened right away for them. Before I could start to walk toward the door, a 3rd medic had come inside just in time to stop me from following them into the bedroom. They grabbed a blanket from the couch, and I was led outside. The paramedic with me was older than the other 2. His glasses hung low on his nose, and he slightly resembled the librarian that worked at my school. He was sweet, even made me laugh once, but despite his best efforts to distract me from what was going on, I knew when the paramedics rolled a stretcher past us, they'd covered her with a sheet like the movies. I knew exactly what I was looking at, but it didn't seem real. It couldn't have been my mom. She was just singing minutes ago. She was the one that told me to call. I ran into the trailer and into the bedroom before I could be stopped again, though I wish I had been. I wish that sweet old man would have grabbed my arm one more time, but I moved too quick. He caught up with me, but not before I saw my mom's blood splattered on the walls and carpet. Her room was torn apart like a struggle had happened. The mirror on her vanity was shattered. Drawers and clothes were thrown everywhere. There was a large dark pool of blood that soaked into the fabric of the white comforter on the bed. The plastic blinds above her window were torn down, and the window itself was pushed fully open. That's where they believe her attacker entered and exited from. The autopsy report said that along with multiple blunt force traumas that she'd experienced, she'd also been shot. It was presumed that she died earlier that day, most likely while I was at school. And to this day, her killer was never caught. The case went cold and has never been followed up on. From 3 to 13, I lived in a nice home out near Yosemite National Park. Nothing super spectacular about it. 4 bedrooms, a den, dining room. It was the norm for a family home there. Just down a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around those parts, you'll know, miles away from civilization. My whole childhood, I was visited by this girl in white. She never spoke. I would just wake up at night and see or feel her there. I asked my dad, and his response every time was, "The men in our family can see ghosts." My rationale of this, because I'm a skeptic, and I remain this day to be, but the story I'm telling made me question. My rationale was that we had some sort of mild schizophrenia running through our family. It didn't bother me. She didn't look like other people. There was this something off about her thing. After my father died, my mother decided to sell the house and went through a realtor. We never once had contact with the buyers, only knew them by name. The buyers had a son who went to the same school as our old neighbors, dear friends of the family, and the son apparently came to school without having slept for many nights. complaining that there was a girl who watched him at night and that he needed to get out. Shivers go up my spine every time I remember this. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches, at least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. That's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. I graduated from college in '03 and took a job on the East Coast. It was a 12-hour drive to my new apartment, and I had to make it alone. To avoid the heaviest traffic, I left at 6 p.m., planning to drive through the night. The first half of the trip was normal enough, and then I stopped for gas sometime after midnight. It was a 24-hour station, so I decided I could get some snacks, and I ended up talking to the cashier. He said that I could save an hour if I took a back road to the next city. I was so tired already that an hour sounded like an eternity. I wanted that shortcut. The guy said that it was a straight shot through the woods, so that's what I did. I was on the road for maybe 15 or 20 minutes when something the size of a moose ran across the road. But we don't have moose down here, and its fur was pitch black, so it definitely wasn't that. It shot right in front of me so fast that I didn't even hit the brakes. It disappeared back into the woods as quickly as it had appeared, and I just kept driving. I turned off the radio and kept replaying the event in my head. For the next few minutes, there was only the sound of my engine, but then something howled so loudly, it sounded like it was in the car with me. We had lots of wolves and coyotes where I come from, and these didn't sound like coyotes. It was closer to a wolf, but they usually howl in groups. I'm not sure that I've ever heard just one wolf howling by itself. I was going 50 miles an hour, but it didn't sound like I was moving away from the noise. When I looked out my driver's side window, the trees shook as if something large was moving through them to keep pace with me. When I slowed down, so did the movement. I wasn't about to stop, so I sped up, hoping to outrun it. I was pushing 65 when a black blur shot across the road. I'm not even sure if I hit it. Everything was just a blur. I slammed on the brakes and swerved away. Then there was a flash of trees, and the car was upside down. I was still strapped into my seat, and a small corner of the road was visible through the windshield. The huge black animal was standing just outside. I could see its back paws, like a wolf. But wolves don't get that big. It sounded like it was scratching the underside of the car. There were these awful screeching, like the metal was being ripped open. I tried to reach for the belt buckle, but I couldn't lift my arm. I couldn't feel anything. I thought I was paralyzed. My vision turned red on one side, and I realized blood was running into my eye. And then the car started rocking, like the thing was trying to shake it open. That's the last thing I remember. I drifted in and out of consciousness through my rescue. I mostly remember lights, voices, and lots of pain as they pulled me from the wreckage. I had to be airlifted to a trauma center, and that's where I lived for the next 3 weeks. I was lucky that it was a cop who found me. She drove by and found me shortly after I lost consciousness. The doctor said that I would be dead if it had taken longer than a few minutes. The officer came to visit me once I was in my recovery. She started asking me questions like if I'd seen anything unusual before the crash. I decided not to tell anyone what I saw because I knew how crazy it sounded. But I had to know if she saw it too. She'd seen something all right, but she didn't know what it was either. The thing ran off as soon as she started her siren. It definitely freaked her out as much as it had me. We both agreed to leave that part out of the story for her report. Instead, she wrote that I swerved to miss a deer. When I say I've met something that wasn't human, that probably raises a few questions. Maybe you want a checklist: horns, claws, sulfur, glowing eyes. I feel like this is so people can file it under movie stuff and move on. And I don't have any of that for you. What I have is a Tuesday night in a small town where the grocery store closes at 9, and its parking lot feels a lot more like a stage after the audience goes home. Maybe you grew up in a town like this. It's where you're preparing your morning coffee before bed using the auto brew feature like a responsible person, only to realize you've run out of coffee filters. That becomes the entire focus of the evening because the only store in town closes in 30 minutes. Just me? Okay, well, I left my house at 8:30 because I thought that I could make it a quick run. I stood behind a woman arguing with self-checkout like it was a person who owed her money. By the time I finished bagging, the store was half dark. They were mopping already, pushing that wide yellow fan at the entrance like they were drying the whole country, sending the message loud and clear: "Get out, it's closing time." This parking lot is big for how few people live and do business here. Some developer imagined a future that didn't happen, so even with only a dozen cars, it looked empty. The only noise was a far-off semi on the highway, and the click of the automatic doors closing behind me. Something inside me at this time told me to pay attention. I remember it registering that it smelled like wet pavement and rotten eggs. My car was parked 2 aisles out, halfway to nowhere. I don't mind the walk because the cart return is closer to my spot than the doors are, and leaving a cart in the wild makes me feel like a villain. I headed towards it with that slow end-of-day rhythm, bag in one hand, keys in the other, with my body already inside the idea of being home. About 3 rows over, under a light that had gone to flicker weeks back, someone was standing very still. I registered him as background at first. Tall, coat, maybe a baseball cap. The shape of man waiting for a ride. He was faced away from me, not toward the store or the road, but toward the gap where the lot bleeds into a line of sick trees and a drainage ditch. It was too far to be anyone that I knew. And even though I couldn't see his face, I just knew that. I did do a quick scan that you do. No movement, nothing in his hands, no obvious weirdness. Fine. The cart return sat on a diagonal from him. I pushed my cart in and felt stupidly proud of it, turned back toward my car. That's when I realized he hadn't moved at all. Like, people just don't stand like that. No shift of weight, turn of the head, check of the phone. Not a glance to mark the passing of another person. I felt a small animal inside my chest sit up and look around. A still person isn't strange. A non-moving, still person might be a little strange. You don't notice how much we fidget until you see someone refuse to. It's like when the sound goes out of your TV and you're suddenly aware of the quiet behind your own walls. The cart return had one of those loose metal chains on one side that tags your wrist bone if you cut it too close. It clinked. The little noise felt enormous in the open air, though. But I kept going. I was 20 steps from my car when something inside me made a small, exact decision. You need to unlock the door, put the bag in the passenger seat, and just leave. No fishing for chapstick, don't scroll on your phone, get your keys, and go. There are nights when you can feel the rules change, and this was one of them. I didn't hear him start walking. I knew that he was moving because the light changed. His figure slid into a brighter cone, and I could see that he wasn't wearing a cap after all. He had hair so dark that it ate the light. It was an odd cut. I couldn't quite register it. It certainly wasn't the nature of a small town where every barber is a cousin and nobody leaves with a crisp edge. The way I could see his shadow moving in my periphs was unnatural, like someone had built a mannequin and put it on strings. I opened the passenger door and I set the bag down. I didn't look up. I didn't need to. The air told me, go. You know when someone steps close enough that the heat off their body registers before your brain says person? That wave hit, and then kept hitting like standing a little too close to a space heater. Keys in my hand, door not yet fully closed. I felt that little old animal in my chest stand again and press itself flat. I turned in the way that you turn to avoid surprise, slow, as if going too fast will make you trip over the moment. And I saw that he was closer than he should be, a parking space away, no car between us. No shopping bag or keys, hands hanging, palms angled a little bit outward, like he was about to mime that he had nothing. I could list facts. His jacket didn't match the temperature, too thin for the cold. His shoes were new in a town where shoes get dusty by day 2. His face had that printed quality that some faces get when you pass through too many screens. But what I remember the most is his eyes. They weren't glowing or red, just a color that I couldn't keep. Every time I tried to decide, brown, green, black, hazel, they slid away. I said nothing. I didn't ask if he needed help or a ride. everything told me to look away. Something in me had learned that attention is a kind of permission, and I was fresh out. It's amazing how fast your body can run through a library of scenarios. Drunk, high, lost, weird, dangerous, not dangerous, human, human, not human, and then a category that my filing system didn't have a tab for. I wish that I could say fear grabbed me by the throat. It didn't. I just felt the weight, pressure in the sinuses, the exact same weight that I felt in rooms where the wrong thing wants to be seen. When I finally started driving off, I noticed he was no longer there. Instead, he was at the clear other end of the same parking lot, standing under a different streetlight, way too far away to have made it in that amount of time. I quickly flipped the car around so I could go in the opposite direction. He was in my rear view now, and all I could see was him raise his arm, do some sort of motion, almost like a wave, but more like a conductor. Sheer coincidence, bad timing, what have you. My low tire pressure warning goes off, and the sound makes me jump. My body drove like the car and I had made a pact. It would get me home, and we would pretend to be boring and be rewarded with getting home at all. At a stop sign, I could finally breathe enough to taste the air inside my own mouth. Rotten eggs. It almost made me gag, and it made no sense. It wasn't until I got to my street that I started to panic. I was going to have to get out of my car. Surely he hadn't followed me. But who knows? For a while there, I avoided going out at night, truly, getting all of my shopping done in the daytime, and if I forgot something, I'd just wait till the next day. And then what I felt was less fear than insult, as if I'd been claimed by something that didn't earn the right. A stranger had decided something for me. Slowly, I was able to let it go. I told a friend in the safest way possible that night, weird guy in the lot. She said, pepper spray. I said, okay. I didn't tell her about the gap between the steps, the way that he moved, or the eyes that couldn't decide what color to be. I didn't tell her about how he ended up on the other side of the lot. There are details that make you sound dramatic when all you're trying to be is careful with the truth. So, do I think it was a demon? I think it wasn't human, and that's as far as I'll go with labels. It wore the shape convincingly enough to pass a glance, but it failed all the tests a body takes without knowing. If you want imagery, you can keep the horns. I'll keep the wrong stillness, and the eyes that doubled for a second. This last part, I don't love to admit. Sometimes I park, cut the engine, and sit for a second, like someone trying to remember a song or waiting for someone. I look at the empty spaces in the lot, under the lights, and I can almost feel the ghost of it. Just the knowledge that somewhere in this town, the parking lot exists both as a patch of asphalt and as a place where the air once got really heavy, smelled like rotten eggs, and a man-shaped thing wrote something in the sky while teleporting across the lot. I don't know if it was evil, but I know it didn't feel good. So maybe evil doesn't need a costume. It can just wear a clean jacket and good shoes and stand really still under a broken light. I work nights at a lakeside industrial site in the Pacific Northwest. Fences, cameras, badge readers, the usual. It's quiet most shifts. You learn every hum of the place, transformer buzz, the clack from door 4, especially when it doesn't shut all the way. The few seagulls that patrol like they're on payroll. I log it all. That's my job. Observe, note, don't be a hero. The lake is 50 yards past the fence line. We get morning mists that burn off by 9, but night fog is different. It feels like it decides where to sit. On this particular Thursday, it came off of the water around 0100 and hung at waist height, slow and deliberate. Visibility at the fence dropped to maybe 20 feet. I put it in the log. 26 minutes later, the motion camera on the south perimeter pinged and then pinged again. Could have been a heron, could have been the wind, could have been nothing. I flipped through feeds. On cam S3, there was just fog and the chain link fence, and then a shape moved left to right along the outside of the fence. Tall and thin. If I had to say woman or man, I'd say woman from the general lines. I zoomed, got more fog for my trouble. I went out for a check. Policy says you don't approach unknowns alone. But the last time I called for backup, it was a raccoon with a tortilla. I took the handheld, the big mag light, and the old binoculars from the drawer that we pretended was organized. By the time I got to the south side, the fog had crept up to the chest level. It was the thick kind that eats sound. I could hear the lake in a general sense, but not specifics. No frogs or freeway. My breath sounded like I'd mic'd it up. I walked the inside of the fence and shone the light through the mesh every 20 feet. The beam just made a white wall. At the corner where the fence runs closest to the water, the fog thinned for a second, like a curtain fidgeting. And I saw a woman. She was standing ankle-deep at the edge of the lake, 30 feet beyond the fence. Tall, taller than me, with a long coat or dress. It hung straight down. It didn't move like fabric. I know how odd that sounds. The surface of it didn't ripple with the breeze. It sat heavy in the fog, like it was part of it. She had her head leaned to one side like she was listening for something on the ground. When I hit her with the light, she turned, and one arm came up with a slow, almost gentle wave, palm forward, a stop that you might give a dog that's about to jump on you. I said, "Ma'am, you can't be on this property. Are you okay?" My voice died, 4 feet from my face. She didn't answer. She repositioned her feet a little in the water, which is when I realized that her feet weren't feet the way that mine are. The angle was wrong. I'd seen hoof prints in the mud around here before. Deer. 2 neat leaves. What I saw under the fog looked like that, except it was attached to her in a way that my brain didn't want. I thought, foxtail plant. I thought, branch shadow. The part of my brain that likes boxes went wild, throwing unhelpful labels at the wall. I raised the binoculars because the camera had made me lazy about seeing for myself. The lenses fogged immediately. I wiped them with my sleeve, tried again. I got her face at maybe 8x. It wasn't a face of horror. It was a long face, tired around the mouth, eyes a bit too reflective for the amount of light, as if there was a second light source behind them. She kept the hand up. While I adjusted the focus, the edges of her coat wavered like heat above asphalt. And I could see past for a second, past her, the lake, darker where the bottom falls off fast, and something moving under the surface that made a path of slightly different fog above it, coming in toward shore. I said, "Ma'am," again, because I didn't have anything else. She dropped the hand, and I got the distinct sense, not a thought, a sense, that I'd been heard and politely declined. When I lowered the binoculars, she wasn't where I'd put her a second ago. She was 5 feet to the right, standing still, looking past me now toward the buildings, I walked the fence line to keep up, and my boot hit something that gave like wet paper in the grass. I pointed the light down. Hoofprint. Fresh. The shape of it was crisp, and water was already pooling inside of it from the fog. I put my own boot heel next to it, not to measure, just to convince myself that there was ground under me. My heel print looked like it shouldn't be allowed right there. When I looked up again, she wasn't in the beam. I swept left to right and caught nothing but drape after drape of fog like curtains in an empty house. The water sucked once against the shore like it had swallowed and was done. I backed to the patrol cart without turning my back all of the way because my body didn't want to do that. In the shack, I logged what I could without committing myself to being the guy who writes woman with hooves. I reviewed the cams. On S3 is a gray mass that moves where I saw her. You can pause it and convince yourself of edges. The part you can't argue with is at 01:33 hours, when the fog bulges inland in one long shape, and the motion ping triggers 5 times at 5-second intervals, like something paced the fence. I've had people climb, kids cut holes. One drunk guy tried to swim to our storm drain outfall like it was a bar. I know how people move when they want something. This wasn't that. I don't know what it wanted, except maybe to be seen, but not engaged. Eventually, the fog broke like a trick. The sun pushed through and the lake went back to being just a lake. When my relief showed up, he said, "Quiet night?" And I said, "Yep," because I'd already decided I didn't want the look. On my way to the car, I cut by the south fence like I wasn't doing it on purpose. In the mud just outside, where the dirt stays pretty damp, there were 2 prints that didn't match any boot I'd ever seen or owned. They looked like deer, except maybe the weight was wrong. I could see where the pressure had gone deep toward the heel side, if hooves have a heel side. They led from the water to the fence, and then stopped, like the fog had decided that was enough. I haven't told anyone at work specifics. I don't want to be transferred to days for being unfit. Nights are my thing. The quiet is full of information if you listen at night. I logged heavy fog, motion alarms triggered by atmospheric interference. I didn't write about the hand that told me to stop without irritation, just practicality. I didn't write about the way the water moved towards her like the lake was trying to climb her ankles. You can say that it was a person in a coat, and a deer in the water, and a camera artifact. That's a great story. I'd like to believe it. I'll keep walking the fence either way, but if I see her again, I think I'll stop sooner, like she asked. Not necessarily because I'm afraid of being hurt, but because whatever she was looking for didn't seem to include me. I was about 10 years old when I saw the most unsettling thing I've seen in my life. It was 1995, summer. I was riding my bike home from a friend's house, cutting through the empty schoolyard like I always did. The playground sat abandoned as it always did. I should have felt safe. Broad daylight, familiar setting, nothing unusual. But then I saw it. It was standing near the chain link fence, just beyond the basketball court. At first, I thought it was a person. A tall man, maybe. But as I rode closer, something was wrong. Its body, too thin, and it was so dark, not wearing clothes like anything I'd ever seen. Its head, or whatever was atop its shoulders, was tilted downward, like it was studying something near its feet. I slowed my bike. My stomach hurt. Something about it made my skin crawl. The air felt different around it. It wasn't that summer breeze. It was heavy, thick. The cicadas had stopped, and it was silence that ran through my ears. Even the heat seemed less oppressive, like the sun itself had moved away from this thing. I could have just pedaled faster, and I should have just gone home, but I didn't. As if sensing me, the figure's head finally lifted, and that's when I saw its lack of a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a smooth black void. It was featureless, wrong in every way, and I can't really explain it, yet I knew it was looking at me, that it could see me, seeing it. I gripped the handlebar so tight that my knuckles were hurting. My feet were hovering over the pedals, caught between fight and flight. Then it moved, not towards me, just a hand. A long, dark void of a hand. And then it pointed at the slide. At first I didn't understand. The rusted metal slide was old, too hot to play on during the day. It stood there, empty. The surface was gleaming under the sun, and I glanced back at the figure. It hadn't moved. It was just pointing. And then I heard its voice. It was in my head. Go down the slide. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. I felt my body tense and my muscles were locking. My hands were trembling on the handlebars. My feet, as if controlled by something outside myself, shifted toward the ground. Go down the slide. The words were calm, patient, but insistent. My stomach twisted again. I didn't want to, but my legs swung over the bike seat anyway. My body moved on its own, like a puppet, and invisible strings pulling me. My sneakers crutched against the gravel, and I walked forward. Just once, the voice said again. I was at the base of the slide now. I reached out, brushing the hot metal. It burned my skin, but I didn't pull away. I was shaking. I wanted to stop, to run, but I couldn't. A soft, slow, clicking sound echoed behind me. It was dry, like something tapping against bone. The figure hadn't moved. I couldn't see its face, of course, but I felt like it was smiling. My foot lifted, ready to climb the steps. Then a car horn blared. The sound had shattered whatever hold had been over me. My limbs snapped back to control, and I staggered away from the slide. I was trying to catch my breath. The car pulled up near the sidewalk. My neighbor, Mr. Reed, he was sitting in the driver's seat staring at me with a frown. You okay, kid? I turned back to the fence. The thing was gone. I noticed the normal sounds returned. Cicadas. They were buzzing so loud it felt like they were drilled into my skull. The air was warm but breezy. Normal. I didn't answer Mr. Reed. I just bolted back to my bike. I pedaled as fast as I could, and I never cut through that schoolyard again. I never told anyone about what I saw, what nearly happened. But sometimes when I'd pass that playground or get a glance at that slide, I wonder what would have happened if I climbed those steps, if I'd sat down, let myself slide into whatever was waiting for me at the bottom. Surely I would have burned myself pretty bad. I don't know. I think about that moment a lot. When I was in elementary school, I was the kind of kid who loved sleepovers, but never really fit into them. I'd pack way too much. My favorite blanket, my entire stash of nail polish, 3 different snacks just in case. I wanted to be prepared, but really, I just didn't want to be the one left out. That summer, Hannah, one of the popular girls in our grade, invited me over for her birthday sleepover. It felt like an honor, like I'd been pulled into some secret club. There were 4 of us, including Hannah, and we did the usual: popcorn, nail polish, too much soda. We played light as a feather, stiff as a board, until someone chickened out. And then we watched a PG-13 movie, pretending that it was scarier than it was, just so we could scream. By midnight, the living room was a mess of sleeping bags and junk food. Everyone was knocked out except me. I was drifting, that hazy stage between awake and dreaming, when I felt someone nudge my shoulder. I opened my eyes, and I saw a girl, a little girl, blonde hair sticking up like she just rolled out of bed, gray pajamas with a faded design. She looked younger than us, maybe 7 or 8. For a second, I thought that she must be Hannah's sister. I didn't know she had one, but she must. I was kind of annoyed that no one had mentioned her before, like, oh, by the way, there's this kid who's going to wake you up in the middle of the night. I whispered, "Are you Hannah's sister?" She didn't answer, she just looked at me. Her head was tilted, her eyes wide in that unblinking kid way. Then she asked in the softest voice, "Do you want to play hide and seek?" I really should have said no. It was 2 in the morning. Everyone else was asleep, and I wasn't even fully awake myself. But I'd always been the kind of kid who said yes when I should have said no, and I felt bad. Maybe it would be fun. So I nodded. She smiled just a little, like she was relieved, and then she tiptoed toward the hallway. I waited a few beats and then whispered my numbers into my blanket, counting up to 10. When I stood, the living room seemed darker and quieter. Even the TV screen had gone black, but I could have swore it was on. I padded into the hallway, my socks whispering against the wood floor. The air was cooler in there. It was a kind of chill that made me wish I'd brought my blanket along. I started with the obvious spots: behind the couch, under the dining room table, in the laundry room. No one was there. I was about to check the bathroom when I heard her voice. "Over here." It was sing-song, playful, like the way kids tease during games. I followed the sound, peering into the corners, tugging open closet doors. Nothing. "Over here." Closer this time. I spun, certain I'd catch her. But the hallway was empty. I kept going, whispering, "Where are you?" trying not to feel stupid. I could hear her clear as day, but she was never where the sound pointed. It was like she was always just out of reach or one step ahead. My searching must have gotten louder because one of the other girls stirred awake. Then Hannah sat up, hair sticking up like a crown, and she blinked at me. "What are you doing?" she mumbled. Embarrassed, I whispered back, "I'm playing hide and seek with your little sister." She frowned, and the other girl said, "Hannah doesn't have a little sister." That's when the other girl woke up and laughter started. They called me weird, asked if I was sleepwalking, teased me about dreaming with my eyes open. My face was burning. I laughed along like it was all a joke, but inside, I felt like I'd ruined everything. I was finally in their circle, and now I was the weirdo telling ghost stories at 3 in the morning. I didn't bring it up again, not during breakfast and not on the ride home. I figured if I pretended it never happened, maybe they'd forget too. But a few days later, Hannah caught up with me after school. It was just the 2 of us walking, backpack swinging. The afternoon was too hot for words, and out of nowhere she said, "Hey, about the other night." My stomach dropped, and I braced for another round of teasing. Instead, she looked serious. I didn't want to say anything in front of them, but I've seen her too. I stared at her, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. "The girl in gray pajamas," she went on. "She shows up sometimes, usually in the hallway. Sometimes she tries to talk to me. I just ignore her." She said it like she was confessing to something. like admitting it made it more real. I wanted to ask a million questions. What did she say? How long had she been there? Did she ever touch you? But Hannah just shook her head. Don't tell the others. They won't want to come over if they know. We walked the rest of the way in silence. My skin buzzed like I'd swallowed electricity. That was over 15 years ago, and I still think about it all the time. I still see her in my head. The way that she smiled and bounced away. The way her voice was in the hallway, leading me deeper into the house, on a chase. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I found her. But really, I wonder if she's still in that house. I lost touch with Hannah years ago, but I've never lost interest with the ghost that lived with her. So me and my buddy had a wedding to go to in Maple Valley, and when it wrapped up, neither of us was ready to head straight home. He suggested that we go smoke for a bit before driving back, and that's when he brought up the Black Diamond Cemetery. It was on the way, and he'd read about it once, said it was supposed to be one of the oldest cemeteries in Washington. I'd heard the name before, but never been. We both figured, why not? When else were we going to be out here? Seemed like a dumb, kind of cool detour. I'll start by saying that neither of us are ghost guys. We weren't looking to get freaked out, and honestly, I've been to cemeteries plenty of times and nothing's ever happened. Just quiet places with headstones. Maybe a weird vibe if you let yourself think too much or stay a little too long after smoking. This was the mindset. Just go hang out. We got there sometime after 11. The road was much darker than expected. Lined with trees, the place looked way older than I thought it would. The gates were open, though. We parked off to the side and walked in, trying to be quiet out of respect, even though no one living was around to care. We found a spot to sit on that was a low concrete wall, lit up, and we just started talking about random stuff. People from the wedding, music, the usual. We definitely weren't scared. If anything, it was a cool spot. I remember checking the time on my phone, and when I looked up, my buddy was staring past me. I thought maybe he was zoning out until I saw his face. He looked locked in, like he was trying to figure out what he was seeing. I turned, and that's when I noticed movement between the headstones. It wasn't an animal. I know what a raccoon looks like, and this wasn't that. It looked like a person, just a figure slipping between graves. No flashlight or sound with their steps. Just 1 second they're there and gone the next. Neither of us moved or said anything at first. We just watched. Then the air literally changed, like a gust of wind, but colder. I don't really know how else to explain it. 1 minute it was a normal cold night, and the next it felt colder and heavier, despite there not being any rain. It was like something was pressing down on us. The trees around us went pretty still, and the silence got so sharp that it made my ears ring. My buddy whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first I didn't, but then it hit me. It was almost like someone was singing. Not clear words, just this faint, steady tone. They were singing a song far away. It didn't fit with anything. There weren't houses nearby, no cars driving past. Just that sound carrying across the graves. We both stood up from the wall. We were trying to act calm, but failing miserably. I kept telling myself that was definitely the wind or my imagination. Then, a little ways down the path, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing completely still in front of one of the older stones. It looked pale, like gray on gray in the moonlight. I couldn't make out a face or features, just the shape. I looked at my buddy, and he saw it too. We didn't stick around. He grabbed my arm, and we both just booked it back toward the car. As we ran, it didn't feel like the sound was getting further away. It just stayed right with us. We slammed the doors. and we sat there in silence. We couldn't hear the sound anymore, just both of us breathing hard, not wanting to look back toward the cemetery. Eventually, we got the nerve to start driving. That's when we realized that we hadn't said a single word to each other about what we saw. Not until we were about 10 minutes down the road. He said to me, "You saw it too, right?" And I nodded. That was it. We didn't even try to explain it. Didn't want to. I've been to plenty of places that people say are haunted. This was the first time something actually happened. It wasn't exactly a jump scare, but that singing and that image, it was enough. We are officially ghost guys. I really would like some help understanding what's happening to me and my husband. This all started about 2 years ago, when he was still my boyfriend. The two of us and another couple decided to explore this old abandoned hospital in our town. The one that everyone says is haunted. And you know how it goes. Local legend, creepy spot, teenagers looking for a thrill. The second we got there, though, something felt shifty. Part of that could have been the fact that we weren't really teenagers. Maybe we were a little too old to be doing this sort of thing. Maybe what we were feeling was that we were intruding on younger people's territory, though that wouldn't be the case. Even before we stepped inside, I had this knot in my stomach, like the building itself was waiting for us. But that's dramatic, right? So still, we went in. For a while, I wandered off on my own, shining my phone flashlight down empty hallways. The silence in this place was unreal. I swear that I could feel eyes on me. Not one pair, but several, watching from places I couldn't see. I've never felt anything like it. And you don't realize that until you're not there anymore. And you think about how strange that feeling really was. There was no sound of movement or footsteps, just this pressure in the air. I'd always believed that souls might linger after death, but I'd never really believed in ghosts. Not really. But I was open to the experience. Eventually, I met back up with my boyfriend and our friends, and we started exploring together again. We came up to a pitch-black hallway, so dark the light from our phones barely cut through it. The guys stopped suddenly, whispering about hearing something ahead, and then they ran. No warning, they just bolted. Me and the other girl looked at each other, and then down the hallway next to the dark one. And that's when we saw them. 2 little girls, standing hand in hand, staring straight at us. Their faces were pale, their outlines soft, like the light around them didn't quite touch their skin. Before we could even process it, the guys came rushing back, pale, shaking. They said they'd seen someone, a tall, thin man, standing in the dark. At first, they thought it was a homeless person, but when they turned and looked, it wasn't a man. It was this tall, easily over 7 feet, black from head to toe, featureless shadow. Just a silhouette against the dark. No face, but you could feel it looking at you. Like the girls, who weren't there anymore. We ran. None of us said a word, just sprinted for our cars, hearts out of our chests. As we ran, we kept catching glimpses of it through broken windows, behind door frames, like it was pacing us, moving faster than we could. This shadow, larger than life. When we reached the back exit, I remember the door being closed tight. I even grabbed the handle before realizing we could get out another way. We finally got outside, piled into my car, and tore out of there. But that thing didn't stay behind. As we drove off, we could still see it, flashes of black in the windows, like it was following behind us. I remember starting to literally hyperventilate. My boyfriend had to pull over at a church so I could breathe. Eventually, we told ourselves it was just adrenaline, shadows, fear playing tricks on us. And like idiots, a few hours later, we went back. It was probably the vodka that actually gave me the courage, but I feel like it was the worst mistake of my life. We split up. The other girl and her boyfriend went one way, me and mine another. We weren't even thinking straight, just being reckless at this point. A few minutes in, we started hearing things again. Soft whispers, footsteps, but they weren't ours. I could have sworn I felt something cold brush past my arm, and I ran out again. And that's when I noticed something about the back door, the one that had been shut earlier. It was wide open. We stopped for just a second, and there it was, standing in the doorway, motionless and watching. We didn't wait to see what this giant shadow would do. We got in the car, and we sped off. The entire drive home, I could feel it. It didn't follow us, but every time I looked in the mirrors or the windows, I half expected to see it. That night, despite not being sad, I cried until I fell asleep. I can't really explain it. But over the next few weeks, the feeling faded. It wasn't gone, not completely, but it got weaker, and I was happier again. Every now and then, I would catch something out of the corner of my eye. I'd feel the air go cold for no reason. But I learned to ignore it. And for a long time, I thought that it had left us, whatever it was. But in the last few weeks, it's back. The same heavy air, the same feeling of being watched. I've seen it in the reflection of our TV, standing behind us when the screen goes black. I felt it next to our bed at night. Sometimes my husband wakes up gasping, like someone was sitting on his chest. It doesn't feel particularly human. It doesn't feel good. It feels hateful. I don't really know what it wants, but I know that it followed us from that hospital. I just don't know how to make it stop. If anyone knows what this thing could be or how to get rid of it, please do tell. Have you ever felt the presence of evil? Not just the unsettling feeling of being watched, but something deeper, ancient, patient, and malicious. I have, and I'll never forget. It started out as a dare, an old abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, swallowed by time and neglect. People often whispering about it, stories of disappearances, strange lights at night, and voices that carried through the wind. I didn't believe any of that, for the record, but the moment I laid eyes on the place, I knew something was wrong. The house loomed in the dying light, its paint long stripped away, leaving behind weathered wood like brittle bones. The windows, open, dark, and empty, as if the house itself was actually watching. The air felt heavier the closer we got to the house. It smelled like dust and damp rot, but beneath that, something else, something sour and metallic, like old blood. Getting inside wasn't easy. The front door was swollen with age and the hinges were rusted, and it took all three of us pushing to make it open. The moment we were inside, the temperature dropped. Not a little. A sudden, breath-stealing cold that settled into me. My skin prickled, and a weight pressed against my chest, like something I couldn't see was leaning in. Inside, it was like time had stopped. The furniture was still in place, dust-covered but untouched. A table set for dinner, plates and silverware laid out as if expecting guests that never came. A single chair knocked over. Near the door, a pair of black boots sat neatly beside a dusty old jacket. It was draped over the banister. The air reeked of age and that's something else. That something wrong. On the floor, brittle newspaper clippings were scattered, dating back to the 1930s and 40s. Some were yellowed. Others looked almost fresh, too clean to have been sitting there for decades. My stomach was in knots. The headlines were bizarre. Local farmer vanishes without a trace. Wife claims the house took him. Another read, strange lights reported over old farmstead. No signs of entry, no signs of exit. The farther I read, the worse it got. Reports of disappearances, sudden madness, even stories of people turning up miles away with no memory of how they got there. The longer we stayed there, the more unbearable the feeling became. My gut was screaming for me to leave. Every instinct I had was literally clawing at me. All of this telling me that we weren't alone. My friends whispered to each other, their voices tight. It was like they felt it too, but didn't want to admit it. Then, a noise. It was a soft creak from upstairs. We all froze. The house was empty. It was supposed to be empty. But that sound, it was deliberate. A floorboard bending under weight, slow, purposeful. I turned to the others. We need to go. No one argued. We backed toward the front door, our movements careful and controlled. It was like we were prey trying not to startle a predator. I could feel something watching us just beyond sight. The moment my foot crossed to the outside, I felt the shift. The door slammed behind us. It was with a force that rattled the windows. We stood there, stunned, staring at the now closed door. The house loomed in silence, as if daring us to try again. But we didn't. We ran. I don't know what we disturbed that night, but I do know one thing. Evil is real. It's not always a person, not always something you can explain. Sometimes it's a place, and once you've felt it, you'll never forget. So I ask again, have you ever felt the presence of evil? I've told this story before, and any time that I do, people ask how I know the difference between bad luck and real evil. They ask like it's a joke. Like, sure, you had a rough patch with the house, but maybe it was just a string of bad contractors, or you weren't ready for a project that size. And maybe that would make sense if I hadn't already felt it once before. If I hadn't already known from a very young age the difference between ordinary fear and something alive that wants you to notice it. The first time was when I was 4, in the basement of the daycare my mom used to leave me at while she worked. It was one of those big old houses that had been turned into a child care center. Old lived-in floors, plastic bins of toys, crayon drawings taped to the walls. The basement was for naps and storage. They had rows of cots down there, and dim yellow bulbs and cages overhead. It always smelled funny, like wet concrete, even though it wasn't rainy or wet in there. I remember lying on one of those cots, blanket tucked under my chin, staring at the ceiling. The other kids were asleep. Their soft snores and restless movements filled the room like static. But I wasn't sleeping. Something in me refused to close my eyes. It felt like the air was changing, like I couldn't breathe as easy. Someone was standing at the foot of my cot. Even though I couldn't see anyone there, I knew they were. My chest grew tight and my stomach cold. I kept thinking, don't look, because I knew if I looked, I'd see something. And then I heard it, a whisper, not words exactly, but the tone of them, like when someone hisses your name under their breath and you can't quite catch it. I pulled the blanket over my face and prayed for a teacher to come down, but they didn't. Suddenly, I felt a whisper in my ear. Again, it wasn't words, but a breath, saying, "Boo." I jumped up, thinking I was going to hit whatever was in front of me, but there was nothing there. I covered myself again and heavy-breathed into the blanket until nap time was over. That was the first time I'd experienced something evil. It taught me something that I've carried my whole life. Fear is sharp, but evil is heavy. Evil wants you to notice it. The second time was last summer, when I bought a cabin outside of Mount Shasta. I'd flipped one property before, a starter house in the suburbs, and it went well enough that I felt brave, maybe too brave. The cabin was supposed to be my next big win, a fixer-upper listed at a price so low it felt like stealing. A-frame style, wood siding, sitting in the woods off a gravel road. Nothing but trees and silence around it. The photos online made it look rustic. The realtor described it as a retreat waiting to happen. What I found when I pulled up in the truck and trailer was different. The paint was peeling in sheets. The deck sagged like it was tired, and windows clouded with grime. Inside, it smelled of rot and mouse droppings. But I told myself that's how all flips start. Ugly, before they're beautiful. The first week was demolition and cleanup. I slept in the trailer, parked just a few yards from the cabin, with a small generator buzzing outside. Nights were quiet. Too quiet, honestly, even for the woods. I didn't hear crickets, owls, just wind moving through the pines like breathing. And that's when the bad luck started. The first contractor, an electrician, walked in, looked around, and shook his head. Said he didn't like the feel of the place, that it was too much trouble. I thought he was just being picky, until the plumber quit halfway through replacing the pipes. No explanation. Just left the tools and walked off. I found them sitting in the driveway, chain smoking. When I asked what was wrong, all he said was, "Nothing. I just can't work in there anymore." After that, I had to call in favors, hire day labor, do more myself than I should have. Tools kept breaking, my saw jammed, burned out after 3 uses. A brand new drill slipped from my grip and opened up on the concrete. Supplies went missing, whole boxes of nails, a case of paint just gone. By the 3rd month, my budget was bleeding out. The flip was supposed to take 12 weeks. We were past 20, and the cabin looked worse than when I started. Every night, I fell asleep in the trailer thinking about numbers, listening to the generator, telling myself I'd sell it for scrap if I had to. But then high strangeness became impossible to ignore. It started with footsteps, slow, deliberate, across the deck outside the cabin. I'd be in the trailer reading by lantern and hear the boards creak, one after another, heavy, human. The first time I grabbed a flashlight and my gun, I stepped out barefoot. The deck was empty. The trees were black columns around me. Other nights it was the walls, knocking, not random, but like someone tapping from inside the cabin. Once, while I was asleep in the trailer, the door handle rattled. Not the wind, not an animal, someone testing it. I started keeping a hammer beside my cot. Not that it would have mattered. One night in particular, I woke up at exactly 3:33 a.m. My body knew before my eyes did. The air felt charged. Every hair on my arm stood up, and I couldn't tell if it was static or fear. I didn't hear anything at first. I just knew that I wasn't alone. When I sat up, my eyes went to the corner instinctively, the same way they had when I was 4 in that daycare basement. And there it was. It looked like a shadow, just darker than dark. But the longer I looked, the more it pressed outward, as if it were far more than a shadow. The shape of a man, too tall for the trailer, no eyes, but I knew that it was looking at me. The heaviness in my chest was identical to that nap time decades ago. Evil, patient, wanting. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe right. The thing leaned closer, and though it had no mouth, I heard it whisper. Same as before, not words but intent. I felt the heat on my ear. Almost immediately after, I forced myself to reach for the lantern. When the light came back on, the corner was empty. The next morning, I found 3 scratches down the side of the trailer. Deep, parallel. It was like claws, like something had dragged them hard enough to tear metal. The flip never recovered. Every attempt to push forward failed. Inspections fell through. Contractors stopped answering calls. Money drained out of my account like water from a cracked bucket. By the end of the summer, I gave up, packed the trailer, locked the cabin, and drove away. I haven't forgotten looking in the rearview mirror, though. The cabin was empty, but I swear I saw something in the top window. A shape, watching me leave. I was so sure I turned the car around, but facing the cabin once again, it was clearly empty. I felt evil twice in my life, that basement and that cabin. And the worst part is knowing that I might feel it again. I'm sure I'm not unique in that I sleep with the TV on. I always have, just low enough for background noise. I live alone and silence makes me spiral. So the soft flicker of light and sound, it's always helped me sleep. I've got an old flat screen in my bedroom, still works fine, though it's not smart or anything. Just runs off a cable box and some preloaded channels I never use. About a month ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was on static. Full screen, gray and fuzzy. It's the sort of thing that hasn't really been a thing since analog went out. I figured the cable box reset and there was an outage or something. I turned it off, rolled over, and didn't think much of it. But it happened again the next night, and again, always the same time, around 3:30, never earlier or later. Obviously, I just thought this was a software, hardware issue. So I just tried everything I knew, reset the box, switched HDMI cords, and then switched TVs with the one in the living room. It didn't matter though. The static kept coming back. And then about a week in, I noticed something, I guess, in the static. It wasn't clear at first, just a faint shift in the snow. Like some of the fuzz was moving differently than the rest. I stared at it for too long enough to feel ridiculous, like I was tricking myself. But then something moved. A figure, human-shaped, just standing there, moving back and forth. I sat up and blinked, and it was gone. The next night, I tried to find it again, and I couldn't see it at first, but sure enough, there it was. This time, it stayed longer. Still blurry, still faint, but standing dead center in the screen, facing forward. It was like watching me. I started unplugging the TV before bed, but even turned off or unplugged, the screen would faintly glow, like a flicker. One night I wasn't even looking directly at the screen. I was brushing my teeth. I glanced over at the reflection in the dresser mirror, and I saw a figure, clear as day, standing in the middle of the static. And right as I turned, it's like it shifted. It blinked. It wasn't a trick of the light, not a glitch. It was a deliberate, slow blink. Two dark shapes opening and closing where its eyes would be. And then the screen just went black. I didn't sleep in that room after that. I decided to get a smart TV. I did plug it in, got rid of the others. I don't know. I don't even really like looking at the TV when it's off. I'm constantly thinking I'm gonna see something in it, you know? It's been a while, so it doesn't really creep me out the same way it used to, but it still does, a little. It's that weird little nagging question in the back of your mind. What's watching from the other side? I was about 9 when this happened, and though the memory hasn't dulled in the way that most childhood things do, I don't remember everything. But at that age, I was living with my dad in a tall, narrow terrace house, 5 floors of groaning stairs, walls that were so old they seemed to make their own noises. The house was full of strange stuff, mainly sounds, footsteps on empty floors, voices that carried from nowhere. But those were curiosities. What happened that night was something else entirely. It was late, just my dad and me at home. My sister was staying with our mom. I remember going to bed with my door shut, because I hated the thought of that long hallway yawning open into the dark. But when I woke up in the middle of the night, the first thing I noticed was the door was wide open. I shifted under the covers uneasy, and that's when I saw something. It was standing at the foot of my bed. A shadow, not cast, but a solid presence. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. I couldn't see a face or details, just a figure carved out of darkness. And the moment I saw it, something heavy dropped over me. A pressure in the air, in my chest, in my bones. A pure sense of dread. It was sharp and suffocating, as if the air itself had curdled. There was nothing holy about it, nothing protective. Whatever it wasn't meant for me. It was against me. Dark, heavy, and wrong. I froze and my lungs burned. My heart was thrashing in my chest, and I didn't scream even though I thought I could. I didn't even move. I stared, locked in place under that weight. And then, as if it knew I could see it, the shadow gave way. Its form sagged and unraveled, melting down into the floorboards until nothing remained. The air shifted noticeably. But before I could even breathe again, the door slammed shut. Hard. The sound exploded through the room like a gunshot. I bolted upright, terror spilling through every part of me. I didn't dare go near the door. I reached for the lamp instead, snapping the chain with shaking fingers until warm light spread across my room. But the light didn't touch the fear. I spent the rest of the night fighting to stay awake. I stacked my pillows high, pulled the blanket to my chin, turned on the radio, flipped through books. Anything to keep my mind occupied. Anything to stop me from glancing at the door again. Every creak of the house, every groan, every echo, those kept me awake too. My light stayed on, until it was finally morning. When my dad saw me at breakfast, he asked if I'd been up all night. I told him I just couldn't sleep. At 9 years old, I didn't have the words to explain the truth. Obviously, I do now and I have since, and I know this much. Doors don't slam themselves, and shadows don't carry that kind of weight or belong at the end of your bed, unless they mean harm. I'm not sure if this fits here, but it's been eating at me. I'm not claiming monsters. I'm just telling you what I saw and heard, and if there's some boring explanation, I'll honestly sleep better. This was in the hills where my mom's side is from. There's a back road that nobody takes unless you live out there, and there's a tight S-curve around a drop that locals call Devil's Bend. The guardrails beat to hell from folks learning the hard way in winter. My cousin Levi and I took his dad's old tent up there because we were 17 and freedom is cheap if you don't mind ticks. We set up at a pull-off just past the bend so we weren't camping right on the road like idiots. Fire, hot dogs, the usual. We saw 2 deer cross at dusk and a truck rumble by at like 10 p.m. That was the last car. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a noise that went straight through me. Not a coyote yip. This was high and long and tube-shaped, like somebody trying to scream, but their mouth was too big for the sound. Levi sat straight up and looked at me. You hearing that? We both stopped breathing, and it came again from up the road, around the bend. It bounced off the trees and came back wrong and distorted. For whatever reason, we went to go look. No guns, just one flashlight that was older than me. I held it and Levi had a hatchet because it made him feel braver. We stuck to the edge of the asphalt and eased toward the curve. The woods were all wet leaves, black trunks. It was foggy. It stayed at ankle height, though. When we made the bend, the beam hit the guardrail and caught eye shine. Red, quick. Something was crouched on the top rail, hands on the post like a wrestler waiting to jump. I say hands because that's what they looked like in the splash of light. Long fingers, monkey-ish, not paws. It didn't have hair that I could see, but the arms were long, knees bent the wrong way, or a lot deeper than mine ever could bend. The mouth looked way too wide, like it had been cut bigger than it should be. I know that sounds like I'm trying to be creepy, but I'm telling you that it made my brain slide around because the proportions were off. It turned its head sharp to face us, and I swear that mouth, it stretched more. I don't know. The shine wasn't eye shine like a deer either. It was like the wet inside caught the light. Levi whispered to me, "Dude." And that broke whatever spell I was under. I hit it with the light dead on. It dropped. Just folded off the rail with this jointy spider move and slipped down the embankment on all fours, quiet as a cat. We heard leaves, maybe a couple stones, and then it was really silent. The screams didn't come back. We didn't chase it because we're not total idiots. We went back to camp, stuffed the tent in the trunk like we were being timed, and then we sat in the car until dawn with the doors locked, which is hilarious because rolled-up windows do not stop monsters. We left when the sun got gray in the trees. In daylight, we went back, dumb again. On the guardrail, there were these marks on the aluminum where it had been perched. It wasn't like a cat scratch. 5 divots together, like fingers had been pressed and slid a little. I put my own hand there, and the spacing was off. Too long between the index and the middle, if it was a person's hand. Maybe somebody messed with it, sure. But you could feel the ridges. We told Levi's dad, and he said that it was probably a bobcat making mating sounds, and we scared it off. It jumped. Maybe. I've heard bobcats. This was too aimed, like it was warding off, not like it just wanted to be heard. I don't drive Devil's Bend at night anymore. You can roast me for being a coward, that's fine. If it was a normal animal, it was wearing a face that didn't fit right. If it wasn't, then I don't want to meet it when it's not crouching. If anyone's got a non-nightmare explanation for long-armed thing with too wide of a mouth sitting on a guardrail screaming at 3 a.m., I'm really open to it. Back when I was in college, I lived off campus in this old house that had been converted into apartments. It wasn't exactly in the best shape. The floor creaked everywhere. The plumbing was ancient and questionable, and it definitely had that always a little chilly vibe, even in the summer, which could be nice. People said that it used to be a boarding house back in the day. I never looked into it, but it wouldn't surprise me. One night I was up late studying in my room. My roommate was gone for the weekend, so I had the whole apartment to myself. It was after midnight, super quiet, just me and the sound of my laptop fan. I remember leaning back in my chair, rubbing my eyes when I heard this low, drawn-out sigh. It came from right behind me. The sound was so close, I actually felt it brush against the back of my neck. I spun around so fast that my chair nearly tipped. But there was nothing there. It was just the wall and the window. The radiator in the corner was hissing, as usual. But it didn't sound like the building was settling. It sounded like a human, and a heavy sigh against my neck. It happened so quick, but I was so certain of what it was. I sat there, waiting for anything else to happen. A second sound, maybe some movement, but it was just silence. After maybe a minute, I grabbed my stuff, and I went downstairs to the living room. I ended up falling asleep on the couch with the TV on, because I couldn't bring myself to go back to that room until the sun was up. I lived there for another year after that. It never happened again, but to this day, I can still remember exactly how it sounded and how it felt. Like someone had been standing right over me. In New Hampshire, we have the Flume Gorge, a 2-mile hike with huge cliffs and waterfalls. I'm a photographer, and in 2002, I got a new camera that I was dying to test on the falls. I had a late start, one of the tires blew on the way, and I got a speeding ticket. It was so late that I should have just tried again the next day, but I wanted those fancy sunset pictures. Much of the trail has stairs and walkways, but I went where I shouldn't have and put my foot into a hole because I couldn't see the ground. I plummeted down one of the thankfully smaller waterfalls, all for a unique angle, an angle I'm still paying for today, and I didn't even get the damn shot. I bounced off several rocks and landed in the freezing water below. My right arm and leg were unquestionably broken. My leg was twisted in a way that made me vomit. I somehow managed to get my body onto dry land, and that's when I noticed the broken ribs and the numbness in my hip. But I couldn't move at all afterwards. My flashlight must have gotten lost in the fall, so I laid there, bleeding from unknown places, in and out of consciousness. It was a pitch-black, starless night. The insects ate me alive, but I couldn't swat them away. At one point, something big came close enough to smell me, and I screamed. It backed away with a short grunt, but I never heard it leave. After drifting off again, something woke me by nudging my broken arm with a giant paw. The tips of its sharp claws raked my skin, and I screamed so loud I thought that I would wake the world. Again, there was that same grunt in a short retreat, but it stopped somewhere close by. I occasionally heard it creep closer, only to back away again when I yelled. I deeply feared what it would do while I slept. There was too much pain to keep myself awake. No matter how hard I tried, I would pass out and dream of being eaten by a giant prehistoric bear. Then I'd wake up screaming. I must have repeated that cycle at least 10 times before the rangers found me in the morning. I wept when I saw them. I worried that they were another dream, but once the rescue team started moving me, I knew that it was the awake kind of pain. They airlifted me to a hospital where I stayed for 4 weeks, got tons of metal placed into my body, all for a picture. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself, the lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed, but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago, so the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places. The sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. At the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear, and assured me that the Death Angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore." While walking back to my house from the back of my property around dusk, I turned the corner to where my driveway and house was in view. I saw a tall, dark shadow of a person with no facial features or anything, just all black. It walked towards me and I walked towards it, since it was in front of my house in the driveway. I was watching it walk towards me, and I had an uneasy feeling because I couldn't make out who it was, but I assumed it was my husband's friend coming up to help with working on the truck in the back of the property. Because of this, it didn't click in my mind how there were no facial features. And then I took my eyes off of it for probably 2 seconds, just checking on the puppy that was standing next to me. And then once I looked back up, expecting to see someone a handful of feet away from me, there was no one. They were just suddenly gone. Freaked me the fuck out, to say the least. I was scared of walking outside at night by myself. It took months for me to get over that. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They looked to be about my age, a girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, "Who's the girl that's walking around outside?" They both looked at me, confused, and my dad asked, "What girl?" I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, "I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you." He stood there a minute, and he asked me, "What did this girl look like? About your age?" I told him, "Yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I." He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left. But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me he's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, so what is she, like a ghost or what? He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. But I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house, maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was. This took place about 12 to 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened, but I swear I remember it as clear as most days recently. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver, as I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I'd call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house reserve, and outside of this house was what appeared to be a hitchhiker. I obviously thought this was weird as hell, because being rugby season, it was pretty damn cold at 1 a.m., and due to the recent spat of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this hitchhiker because I thought that they would be safer crashing at my parents' for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is going to sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is liken the face to an old, brown, leathery volleyball type thing. I felt my blood run cold, literally, as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was just, funny you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays, but she mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told about the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up from outside that house. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Anyhow, that's my story. Cheers. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost. She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me that ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant. She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. Dora's under a lot of stress. I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered, and help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least, and Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues, daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room, decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora. It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer, long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 in the morning. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cops started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism. I had a restraining order placed against my first husband after we divorced. His threats made me afraid for my life, and I was terrified he'd return someday to kill me. Robbie was a bad man. His Christian attitude was a mask to hide his toxic behavior. Only at home would he feel comfortable extending his full wrath if I were to displease him. Months went by and I thought my nightmare was over and I could start moving on. My friends that didn't have him blocked on social media told me that he moved out of state. A year would go by with no contact. I began to let my guard down, thinking he'd moved on from me. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Even after I'd sold the house and moved, he still managed to find me. The house I purchased from the sale was a smaller house on larger property. Living by myself, I had no use for extra rooms that I'd rarely use, but I did enjoy having no neighbors. I was able to purchase all of it for less than what my house sold for. I was able to furnish everything exactly how I liked, and I even had a little put in my savings. The first week living there full-time, I tried to ignore the jitters new surroundings can present. The settling of an unfamiliar house, it took some getting used to. But the more I unpacked, the more it felt like home. It took longer than expected to get the last box fully sorted. I spent the first few months using them as tables. Moving always gives perspective to what items you thought necessary to survive day to day. It became more of an aesthetic task since I wasn't expecting visitors. It was the 4th of July and I was working at a bank. A male coworker asked me out to watch fireworks, and I decided to try my hand at being friends with another human. I wasn't looking for anything romantic, and I let it be known. He was respectful, and I enjoyed getting out to see the fireworks. The city council hosts a big show in the middle of town every year to celebrate the 4th of July and New Year's. I was really enjoying my new life. When he drives me home and we pull down my driveway, I notice a light in my attic is on. From what I remembered, the lights were off. I've only been up there a handful of times to put boxes away, but I surely would have noticed the octagon window glowing above the front door sooner. I didn't let my coworker know how uneasy I was feeling when he dropped me off. I didn't want to invite him inside and ask for his help in any way. When I got out, he didn't get out to walk me to the door. We said our goodbyes in the car and he backed out right after I shut his door. My porch light was off. Another light I could have sworn I knew the positioning of. When I left that afternoon, I mindfully turned it on, knowing I'd be coming home late. I fumble to get my keys in the door. When I get it open, I flip the switch to the porch light, and it blinks on again. So it didn't burn out. Turning around to face the living room, I can also see down my hallway that leads to the bedroom and bathroom. The hallway is also where the entrance to the attic is, via a pull-down ladder. Not being a dumb lady, I have a conceal and carry permit, and regularly practiced my shot. It was a good hobby for a single woman to pick up living on her own. After checking my immediate surroundings, I made a sprint to the bedroom to get the pistol. Then I went from room to room, checking to see if anything was out of place. But everything was as I'd left it earlier that day, Turning my attention toward the attic, I yanked down the trap door, but the ladder didn't fall down. It felt like it was stuck. It took 3 good pulls before the door released, sliding the ladder down with such speed that it chipped the wood floor beneath it. Before I make the slow climb up the ladder, I point my gun at the lit opening and wait to see if anyone pops their head out. I had my finger on the trigger. I was prepared to shoot anything that moved, including an unlucky raccoon. I didn't care. Anything that moved was going straight to God. I climb the wooden ladder and poke my head inside the attic. There's no one up there, but what I do see still puts me on high alert. All the boxes I'd stored up there had been knocked down. All that was inside now laid in piles on the ground of the attic. A raccoon could have definitely gotten in there and done this. I reason this with myself, looking at the mess as more frustrating than scary. I fully pull myself up into the attic to see if anything's been damaged before turning off the light. Giving the piles a close inspection, I tried to ignore the fact that it looked like the boxes were tipped completely upside down, not just pushed over. Old pictures of Robbie and I scattered on the ground. Halloween costumes and holiday decorations looked like they'd been thrown around the attic. The space is a big open area. It would have been easy to see if anyone was hiding up there, because there's nothing to hide behind. When I climb back down the ladder, I can reach the cord for the light, and I tug it off before stepping down the rungs. The ladder reclines back up, and just as the trapdoor seals off the attic, I hear loud, stomping footsteps above me. I'm now officially completely scared, even with a gun in my hand. I called the police and waited outside until they could do a more thorough job checking the house. They didn't find anyone. I told them about my restraining order, but all they could do was have me call back if anything else happened. That night, I slept with the phone in one hand and my gun in the other. But the rest of the night was quiet. The morning, however, I woke up to the smell of cigarette smoke. It was the strongest when I walked into the kitchen. I don't smoke. Haven't smelled a smell like that since I stopped living with Robbie. Once more, I retrieve my gun and walk from room to room, checking every inch of the house. All the doors and windows were still locked tight, and again, nothing was out of place. I called in sick to work that day, paranoid that Robbie had found me and he was going to kill me. I spent most of the morning looking out my window at the far, narrow exit of my property. I called my friend and asked her if Robbie's been on social media lately. I explained what's going on, and while we're on the phone together, she uses an account that he hasn't blocked her on. She starts by going, on the phone, and I start asking what? Terrified that she found a recent post like, off to kill my ex or something like that. But what she tells me leaves me equally as speechless. Holy shit, she says. Robbie died last week. There's a whole bunch of comments on his page saying, "We'll miss you, can't believe this happened, rest in peace," but none of them explain how he died. More research led to an obituary. It was true. Robbie was really gone. After we hung up, something came over me, and I was struck with such strong emotions. I just stood in my kitchen and cried. I knew it was him. Robbie had visited me to say goodbye, and even in death, he tried to scare me. He's never visited since. I'm sure he's in hell now. In a strange way, I like to think I got a sense of closure from it. The feeling of being terrified, unconfident, uncertain. It was the same way I felt all those years we were together. But this reminded me that now I'm a stronger person than who I was. There was a story passed down from my great-great-grandfather about his time on the Oregon Trail. Although the snakes and dysentery were common struggles amongst the pioneers, there was something far more terrifying than anything they could have imagined lurking in the plains of the Northeast. Creatures that would hunt the travelers and pick off family members, one by one throughout the night. Other wagon convoys would often pass by the destruction and carnage left in its wake. Most always because resources were scarce. The parties that did stumble upon the blood-covered land would loot the wagons and whatever clothing remained that they could find, as groups would inevitably cross paths and trade their goods. They'd also trade stories of a vile beast roaming the prairie. Skeptics would argue that it was the Native American tribes committing these acts against them, but some claimed that they'd seen the monster firsthand while traveling through the night. Whether the stories they told were nothing more than tall tales or based in reality, the tragedy that littered the trail was undeniable, and the families brave enough to pack up everything they had to go on this adventure were suddenly becoming more and more fearful of what was to come next. It was true that the pioneers had consistent run-ins with the Native American people. Most occasions were met passively. It was rare for them to engage with the wagon convoys. When skirmishes did happen, the natives were ruthless, and what they left in the brutal aftermath would be a mess of death in their own right. But it was a distinctively human mess. There would be discarded weapons, broken blades, and the wagon usually blackened by fire and missing its valuables. One of the most glaring differences being what condition the horses were left in. The natives either shot or stole whatever animal was at the front of the wagon. The beasts would consume them, either fully or partially, but always leaving the hooves and the horseshoes. Their bones would look crushed, as if bitten through with the strength far beyond the capabilities of a bear or a mountain lion. My great-great-grandmother, she was named Abigail, and she was just 5 when our family started their journey west. The immediate family she intended to travel with consisted of her mother, father, and her 2 older siblings, who both died on the day before they were set to leave. One of them was ran over by a horse, and the other was shot as they tried to defend their siblings' honor by stabbing the man who was riding the horse. The remaining 3 members would bury the 2 and depart before the sun came up the next morning. Abigail's dad, Amos, steered the wagon during the daytime, a male presence in the open to detour bandits. Then Livy, the mother, would stay up through the night and keep lookout. She could hold her own with a rifle, and during one of her nightly shifts on guard, she'd see something that she described starting out as a native woman. She rose up from the tall grass, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Livy stood up from the small fire burning next to the wagon. She called out to the woman with a hello while waving the rifle in the air. The native woman stayed unmoving, all but her hair that was pushed around by the wind, and following its dance like the grass that grew past her hips, she was practically a silhouette against the night sky. And as the wind continued to blow her hair around, clumps of it began to fall away. She let out an agonizing, piercing scream that makes Livy lower her rifle. She moved her feet into a shooting stance. She watched in horror as the woman's screams transformed into a sickening gargle. Strands of what was originally thought to be the woman's hair began to move independent of the natural flow of wind. What Livy saw was explained to me as if it had come from the woman's throat, out her mouth, described like roots from a tree growing upside down. But the roots were alive and moving, stretching up to taste the cold air. What Livy saw before her no longer resembled a human, and it scared her enough to fire a shot from her rifle. The round hits the creature square in the chest, and it fell backwards into the tall grass, no longer gargling. The commotion had woken up Amos, and he was able to see the woman right before Livy pulled the trigger. Quickly grabbing a lantern from a hook inside the wagon, he ignited the oil and began panning the light over the tall blades of grass while standing on the wagon's front bench as Livy loaded another round into the rifle. She raised it again and put the wooden buttstock against her shoulder, with the flint stock ready to fire while Amos continued to slowly move the lantern's glow across the land. While Abigail laid undisturbed, fast asleep, under an assortment of fabrics and animal hide, her parents were wide awake, just outside, prepared to meet any adversary that entered in their distance of illumination. From the back of the wagon, the family's 2 oxen started to make noise. Their bellies jingled aggressively, and the wooden bar that their ropes were looped to broke off the wagon, nearly tipping it over in the process. Amos and Livy watched as both of their oxen gallop in different directions into the darkness of the pasture. Without words, Livy takes off towards the back of the wagon. Amos, who's still on the wagon, turns and faces the lantern into the covered wagon. Before Livy's able to get all the way around, she hears Amos scream. 2 more long strides, and she's able to see why he's screaming. The native girl that Livy had previously shot was standing on the back of the wagon. She was facing the light that Amos was holding, shining at her. And that's when Livy was able to see the girl's features. The skin on the girl was discolored, hung loosely on her bones. Livy determined by her clothing that she was a native girl. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed in a fog. By all accounts, the girl looked deceased. Then, her jaw slowly opened, and her deep gurgling choke began again. Livy aimed the rifle, and as the first tentacle slid from the girl's lips, she fires. It takes off part of the girl's skull, but it doesn't fall or bleed. It was like her body was being used as a shell for something Livy and Amos couldn't see. It let out a hiss that sounds comparable to a fast-moving river. It's a burst of noise, and the creature turns its attention to Livy. Inside the wagon, Amos is terrified and does the dumbest, maybe smartest, quite possibly only thing he can do, which is to throw the oil lantern at the creature. The lantern explodes and fully engulfs the girl's body, sets the wagon top cover on fire. Livy runs to the wagon, desperately tries to untie the cover from the frame, as Amos fights through the fire to get Abigail. The creature jumps from the wagon and runs only a few yards before collapsing. The wagon was saved by Livy's quick actions, all except a cover, which they could purchase at the next junction. As the sun rose that morning, before continuing on, Amos located what was left of the girl's charcoaled remains, and it said that he did find the girl's body. It was completely blackened from the fire, unrecognizable of any features, besides being in the shape of a human. Amos noticed the head and the neck were missing, down to the curve of the body's shoulder blades. It revealed a hollow inside, the rib bones holding its skin like a tent, but no innards. It was believed that something was inside that poor dead native girl, controlling her, either as a shell or a lure. Then it crawled out when it could no longer use the corpse. Neither Amos or Livy spoke as they stood over that corpse. They never told the others in their convoy what happened either. But after that night, they noticed something strange. Stories of people disappearing, wagons left untouched, horses eaten. They stopped, as if whatever had been hunting them had moved on. Or maybe just moved somewhere else. The story's been passed down through generations in my family, always ending the same way. What Amos and Livy saw that night wasn't a person, and it wasn't just a creature. It was something else entirely. My best friend Renee in the 4th grade didn't have what you'd call a good home life. Her mom and dad were always at the bar, so we had full reign over her house the majority of the time. As 4th graders, we weren't having big parties yet, but we were watching movies we shouldn't have been and eating entirely too many sweets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then something freaky happened that made me never stay the night there again. It was just after midnight and we're in Renee's living room watching a movie. I was lounging on the couch with the ottoman while Renee was laying on the long sofa. I'm getting pretty sleepy and starting to doze off, my head resting on the arm of the couch, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Renee do a weird whole-body jitter on the sofa, like she had a bug on her or something. So I turn my head and actually look in her direction. As I do, I see her body roll off the sofa onto the floor. She didn't put up her hands to brace herself and smacked her head on the edge of the coffee table going down. At first, I just looked at her, waiting to see if she was joking. But I knew, joking or not, that meeting with the coffee table was not planned. Then she starts convulsing. That's when I got up and ran over to her. I got on my knees and rolled her onto her back. The expression on her face was terrifying. Blood was trickling from the wound on her forehead, and her eyes were rolled back to their whites. Seeing all of this made me quickly diagnose. That's a big cut. That's a lot of blood. Is what she's having a seizure? Being in 4th grade, the only other time I'd seen anything about seizures, it was diabetes. Renee didn't have one of those medical bracelets, and I was about to start running through the house, trying to find one of those big EpiPens to stab her with. And then I thought, no, let's call 911. The house phone's located on the side table next to the couch that I was on, but when I turned from Renee and tried to get up, her hand grabbed the back of my ankle. Her grip pulled me back down to my knees. I turned to look at her. She's now sitting straight up. Then she turns to look at me, but her back remained stiff as a board. Her head rotated slowly to face me, and with her eyes still rolled in the back of her head, I was paralyzed with fear. I started hysterically screaming at her to let go of my leg. Her nails were digging into my skin, and the pain felt like teeth tearing at the back of my ankle. I tried kicking her hand off my leg, but her strength wouldn't even let me lift it off the ground. Renee's nose starts to bleed a steady stream down her chin and onto her shirt. I'm looking at her, and I can see that her lips are moving, so I stop screaming to hear what she's saying. Mind you, her eyes still haven't left the back of her skull, but what she starts saying was by far the most disturbing part of any of this. I was terrified beyond belief, but up until this point, I thought this still could have been a seizure she was experiencing. I was more afraid for what we were both going through. But she wasn't shaking anymore, and when she started talking, it was like she was whispering a joke to herself in a really deep voice, then a quiet chuckle. Seeing her giggling to herself while I'm crying my eyes out really upset me. I thought, is she messing with me right now? How did she have this much strength in her hands to maintain such a tight grip? Then she gets louder. What she was saying, it didn't even sound like English. The voice I was hearing, it didn't sound like Renee's voice. I could hear two different tones coming from her speech. Her body didn't move when she exhaled with a final, loud, deep laugh. Then, Renee closes her eyes and falls backwards onto the ground, letting go of my leg. Right when I felt her fingers let go, I pulled my leg back and stretched for the house phone that I previously couldn't get to. While I'm on the phone with 911, Renee's parents get home drunk from the bar, Dawn and Arlette. When they stumble in the door, they're in a fight, yelling back and forth louder than I am on the phone. They either didn't notice or didn't care that someone else was screaming inside their house. They were so focused on each other, Dawn almost kicked Renee in the face as he was stepping around the living room. But when he saw Renee all bloody and stretched out over the floor, he started screaming again and swoops up her limp body off the ground. He hollers for Arlette to call 911. Then he sees me already on the phone. Arlette runs out of the kitchen going, "What? While Dawn starts yelling in my direction, asking what happened. Now I'm in a ball on the floor screaming back that I don't know. Dawn tells Arlette they need to take Renee to the emergency room. As Dawn runs back out the front door with Renee in his arms, Arlette is staring daggers at me with squinted eyes. She points her finger at me and says, "What did you do, you little bitch?" She shakes her head at me like she's disappointed, then turns and follows in Dawn's route back to the car. With the front door left wide open, I watch their car back out of the driveway and pull off into the darkness. I was left alone, and that sudden realization took the remaining composure I'd been trying to maintain during the conversation with the 911 operator. They were still on the phone. They heard over the call and still sent an ambulance out to take me to the hospital to get checked out. They called my parents, bandaged up the scratches on my leg. I could hear Renee's parents intoxicated, arguing somewhere further down in the hospital. When my parents came to pick me up, I told them everything and begged them to hide me when we walked through the ER waiting room. But my dad said that I wouldn't have to worry about that. He saw both parents passed out on chairs, snoring by the vending machine. When we did exit, we still made sure to get out fast. And that was it. Renee was back at school on Monday and couldn't remember anything that happened. She acted completely normal. When she invited me over after school, I made an excuse and continued to do that until she eventually stopped asking. I was still nice to her at school, but I think she got the hint. If she really didn't remember anything, even though I don't know how you couldn't, especially having to go to the hospital and stuff, like no memory of anything, and now you're just fine. No, I'm sorry. Renee did turn out normal. We were classmates until she moved during high school. Different friend groups, but she was a normal girl. As it was all happening, I thought to myself, dang, I'm never going to forget this. It's hands down the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. This summer, I came home from my first year of college, which involved a 3-hour flight. Keep that in mind. Back in January, I began seeing a black, shaggy dog all over campus. The first time was when my roommate and I were walking back to our dorm kinda late. The dog was sitting in the middle of the walkway. It looked hungry, so I gave it my pizza crust. After that, I started seeing him everywhere. If I looked out my window before bed, he would be just inside the tree line, looking up at me. I'd catch glimpses of him as I went to class, but he only got close a few other times. On each occasion, I was either alone or with only one other person. When it was time to come home for the summer, my friend and I shared a pizza with him as a kind of going-away present the night before I flew home. Remember how I said it was a 3-hour flight, right? Yeah. So explain to me how that dog made it all the way to my parents' house. My room's window looks out into the backyard, and it was right there, staring up at me. There was no way that it could be the same one, so I went outside for a closer look. But he was gone. When I asked my parents about it the following morning, they said they hadn't gotten a dog, and they hadn't seen a new one at any of the neighbors' houses either. I was starting to wonder if I imagined the whole thing. That afternoon, my mom took me shopping, and as we backed out of the driveway, it was sitting on the curb across the street. She said that it must be a stray that just looked like the one from school, but I knew it was the same dog. I just didn't understand how it made the trip. I continued seeing it just like I had at school, only now I wasn't feeding it. I was officially creeped out. It was the first week of June when I saw it from my window while on the phone. The whole story spilled out of me, and my friend got pretty upset. She gave me that speech. How can you let that poor dog starve because you're being ridiculous? It felt like she restored a bit of sanity in me. Whatever the explanation for how it got there, it's just a dog, right? I was being awful. I felt so bad that I got off the phone, grabbed some leftover hamburger patties, and took them outside. The dog was waiting for me, but as I got closer, it limped away into the tree line. There was a small patch of woods between our house and the street behind us. Normally, I wouldn't have gone in, but I was worried about his limp. The idea that he got hurt while I was busy being afraid of a dog, it made me feel even worse, so I was extra eager to help. About 10 feet in, the overgrowth tripled, and I couldn't go any further in the dark. I threw the hamburgers thinking he would stop, but he only crawled deeper into the thicket. I didn't even have a flashlight, so I resigned myself to finding him in the morning. If my parents refused to take him in, we would at least get him to a shelter. But when I turned away, he made a sad, low, painful whimpering sound, and it broke my heart. I tried coaxing him out once more, but he wouldn't budge. Finally, I turned to leave again, and this time, there was movement. So I turned back, and I saw the dog's outline, but it shifted into something completely different. It was so dark in there, but I could tell that much. Something had changed. The dog was changing shape. I noped out of there so fast that I fell on my face. As I pulled myself up, I heard a deep male voice calling me by name. The dog, or whatever it actually was, could talk, and it was moving forward on 2 legs instead of 4. I ran back inside, made sure everything was locked, but nothing ever emerged from the woods. Needless to say, no one believes me. They think that I had some kind of nightmare. If it had ended that night, I could probably convince myself they were right and let it go. But the dog is still here. I see it all the time. I have no idea what to do. If I was the only one who could see it, I would agree with the mental breakdown. But my parents not only see it, they've fed it. I don't know which would be worse, having it follow me back to school next month, or having it stay with my parents. Someone tell me what to do. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem, and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? We lived in an old home. I wanted to change my room, so I gutted it. It was a large 14 by 16 with a small alcove to the side. Prior to insulation was corn cob husks, old newspapers, and plaster. I had to sleep in the alcove to the side. One night I was woken up between 2 and 4 a.m. There was someone in my room, sitting at the edge of the window fan, looking around the room. I assumed at the time that it was my mother. I assumed she couldn't sleep and was planning the next steps. My mother smoked, and the figure I saw was holding her hand out like there was an ashtray. The figure was in a gown, and since my mother wore flannel gowns to bed, I was led to the assumption that, it was my mom. I rolled over and fell back asleep. When I woke, I asked my mom whether she had any new ideas after she was in my room. She told me she wasn't. It left me quite unsettled, although the months after bothered me even more. My compulsion to gut the house continued. When my room was somewhat livable with drywall, I moved forward to my brother's 2 bedrooms. They ended up moving in with me in the interim. One night, again between 2 and 4 a.m., I woke. Between my 2 sleeping brothers, on a clothes basket, sat a wiry, friendly woman. She was smiling. She waved at me. My heart started pumping. I tried to call out to wake my brothers. Both slept right through it. She chuckled at me, and then, poof, she was gone. The next month, another night, I woke and found her right next to me. She was sitting on my brother's mattress, and she was looking down at my face. I asked her to go away. She burst out laughing. Her head went spinning in one direction, her body in another. A pattern to her visits started to appear, usually between the 21st and 22nd of the month, usually between 2 and 4 a.m., on rare occasions a little earlier or later. If I awoke, I wouldn't open my eyes. She became irritated, started setting off toys or radios in my room. I took out the batteries, unplugged equipment. Nothing helped. Devices would still go off. I started staying away those nights, not coming home. Finally, my parents moved me to the main level of the house. For me, the visits ended. My parents eventually sold the house to a contractor who tore it down. The contractor put up a new monster of a home, but it still sits on the same property. I still wonder whether she's there, but she seemed limited in spatial movement, so I don't think the new occupants know about her. There was a popular joke I always heard growing up. A man tells his bartender, "I bet you a free drink that I can bite my own eyeball." And seeing this as an impossible task, the bartender agrees. The man then promptly removes his glass eye and places it between his teeth before putting it back. Amused, the bartender pours his drink. Then the man says, "I bet you another drink I can bite my other eye too." Knowing the man can clearly see just fine, the bartender reasons that he can't possibly have two glass eyes, and so accepts his terms. Next, the man removes his dentures and gently places his teeth around his very real left eye. My Uncle Ty was particularly fond of telling it because he already had fake teeth and used to joke that if he had a glass eye, he'd never pay for another drink again. Well, as they say, careful what you wish for. Ty owned a lot of land with a really big pond, and the whole family would often go over there on weekends to fish and have a bonfire. My dad is one of 9, so we're a big family. The adults got drunk while the kids ran around having sword fights with flaming sticks. When it started getting late, we would all sit around the big fire and eat hot dogs. Sometimes, Ty would play a game that we call homemade bombs. The objective was to throw a random item into the fire and rate the resulting explosion. It was usually little things like lighters, batteries, or empty bottles. But then Ty got the idea to throw in a full bottle of beer, fresh from the cooler. Everyone got back, but nothing happened. I don't know how long we actually waited, but it felt like a long time. Eventually, Ty gave up and returned to the fire with his poker. He leaned over the flames, jabbed his stick right in the center, and then boom. Later, he said he never touched the bottle. That's just when it exploded. For a brief, flashing moment, the flames engulfed his entire head before he staggered backwards and fell into the dirt. His hands covered his face, and he was screaming like he got hurt really bad. My dad and another uncle ran over and pulled his hands away to see how badly he was burned. And that's when we saw the giant glass shard protruding from his eye. Much of his hair, along with his eyebrows and beard, were gone, and his entire face was turning redder by the second. We're a poor family from the sticks, so we don't really call ambulances unless death is imminent. We normally won't even go into an emergency room unless we break a bone bigger than a finger. But this one, it's one of the exceptions. We don't play about eye shit. Even if we had called an ambulance, we were out in the sticks. It would have taken twice the time for Ty to get help, so my dad and a few others drove him to the hospital while the rest of us waited for an update. It was a long night for everyone, especially Ty's wife. She was always on his ass about being reckless, and now his day of reckoning had finally come. It probably goes without saying that Ty's eye couldn't be saved. He was soon fitted for a glass replacement, and the only thing he wanted to do was go to a bar and try out his favorite joke. The problem is that we're in a small town, so everyone had not only heard the joke, they knew about his accident. Well, that man got a truckload of his buddies and drove 2 hours to the nearest city where he finally got to do his trick. It didn't take long for the word to spread, but over the years, he would occasionally go out and find a stranger willing to play. For the most part, people just didn't mind humoring him because he was a fun guy to be around. Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. In the end, it was his heart that got him. But he had a long life filled with great stories. The real lesson here isn't to be careful what you wish for, but to be careful what you throw into a fire. I love explosions as much as the next country bumpkin, but you gotta throw some common sense in there too. If you're too drunk to walk straight, you're probably too drunk to play homemade bombs. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule: that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. Some of my earliest memories are of visiting my grandparents' house. It was a cozy little place, faded floral wallpaper, the scent of old books and coffee. My grandmother was always in the kitchen, humming as she would be baking something sweet. And my grandfather wasn't much of a talker. He was a quiet man, always sitting in his favorite chair by the window. I remember the way that he'd sit there, watching the world outside, barely acknowledging anyone with more than a nod. He never played with me or spoke, but I never thought much of it. I was just a toddler, happy to be in the presence of family. When my grandmother passed away, I was about 3 or 4. After that, we stopped visiting the house and life moved on. I don't remember seeing my grandfather again after my grandmother was gone. Years later, when I was around 13, I was at home when something small but familiar caught my eye. My parents had moved my grandfather's old chair into our living room, the same one that he'd always had. I guess it was in storage. I smiled at the memory, running my fingers over the worn fabric. Casually, I said, "I remember Grandpa sitting in this chair all the time when we visited. He never talked, though. Why was he so quiet?" I expected a chuckle or a fond story, but instead, my parents went silent. They exchanged a glance, one of those looks that said 1,000 words without saying a thing. Finally, my mom cleared her throat. "Honey," she said slowly, "your grandfather died before you were born." I laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but their serious faces told me otherwise. I had memories of a man I'd never met, and he'd been sitting in that chair the whole time. My wife Sarah and I have always been drawn to the outdoors. We've been together for 6 years now, married for 2. And camping had always been our way to unwind from the daily grind. We appreciated the serenity of the woods, the crackling of a campfire, and the silence broken only by rustling leaves. Living in the city, we didn't have any of those things, so it was our escape. But this trip changed everything. We'd set out for a long weekend of camping in the heart of the Adirondacks, a remote area that we hadn't explored before. The trail was quiet, almost eerily so. We hiked for hours, further than we intended, pushing ourselves deeper into the wilderness. The map we had seemed outdated. Paths that should have been well-worn were barely visible. We didn't mind, though. We liked the idea of being off the beaten path. It was around dusk, and the sun was dipping just below the trees. We stumbled upon it. The house. It shouldn't have been there. Hidden amongst the dense trees, almost blending into the shadows. It was old, decaying. It looked as if it had been forgotten by time. The wood exterior was gray with age. The roof sagging in places. Vines crept up the sides. I glanced at Sarah, her brow furrowed. "This isn't on the map, is it?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible at this point. "It's not." We sort of stood there for a moment, just staring. I don't know what compelled us to go inside. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the strange allure of finding something so out of place. The front door just sort of creaked open ominously. The air inside was stale, thick with dust, the faint scent of something rotting. But there was a strange warmth to it, too, as if the house was still lived in, though no one had been here for years. The interior was unsettling. There were old, threadbare chairs, a table that had been untouched with a tea set laid out, as if waiting for a guest to arrive. And a clock on the wall. It seemed to tick faintly, though the hands never moved. "This place feels wrong," Sarah muttered. I could see the unease all over her face, the way that she gripped her jacket tighter around her. I couldn't really argue either, but something about the house just kept us in there. We wandered around through narrow hallways, peeling wallpaper all around. It was like a true haunted house. Past rooms with furniture draped in dusty sheets. And then we reached a staircase. "Let's not go up," we said at the same time, instinct telling us to keep our distance from whatever might be on the second floor. So we turned back around, and then we heard it. A soft thud. Footsteps. My heart was literally racing. We weren't alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering. There was no answer. The footsteps continued, slow, above us. "I think we should go," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine, and I didn't make her say it twice. We backed out of the house, moving fast. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air outside felt different, lighter, surely cleaner. The house itself was oppressive. We ran back to where we had intended to camp, our minds reeling from that bizarre experience. That night, as we sat by the fire, neither of us could shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods were too quiet, the wind too still. Every crack of a twig in the distance set my nerves on edge. It was probably the worst sleep that either of us had ever gotten, constantly listening for footsteps that never came. The next morning, we decided to pack up and head back. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a desperate need to leave, to get far away from whatever we had stumbled upon. As we hiked back through the forest, we looked for the house, wanting to see it in the daylight. But it was gone. We retraced our steps over and over, but there was no sign of it. The clearing that we had found the night before was just a patch of overgrown brush. No house, no path leading to it, nothing. We stood there confused, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had we imagined it? No, we both saw it. We both heard footsteps. We were inside. We never went back to that forest again, but we still do camp and get out into the wilderness when we can, but it took a while after this experience. I was 7 when my parents moved us into a New Hampshire townhouse. My brother, David, was 5. We made friends with a little girl around the same age and thought she was a neighbor. We'd play in my room or in the backyard, but any time our mom came around, the girl disappeared. We spoke of her enough that our parents considered her an imaginary friend. One day, the girl asked David to walk her home. Mom saw him leaving and caught him just before he made it to the street. They didn't think our imaginary friend was so cute after that. A few days later, we moved out with no explanation. Earlier this year, Mom confessed that she and Dad had woken up to see a little girl standing at the foot of their bed. Only she had a severely burned face, and most of her skin was peeling off. Eventually, she faded into a cloud of black smoke that smelled like death. They didn't even go back to sleep. Once they could move again, they started packing. A few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments. Over 100 years old, creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, and down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. "Hey, were you guys being super quiet or..." "What? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home." His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. "I'm staying at your place." I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. Can objects be haunted? Yeah, I think so. For me, it was a small table I bought at a thrift store. I didn't really need it, but I'd never seen anything that looked like it before. I decided to continue shopping, and if I came back and it was still there, then I figured it was a sign for me to buy it. It was still there. I took it home, happily set it on the floor, and all was well, for a while. The table folded down, and I had to open the top to secure it with a latch. The latch worked, but it only took a little pressure on the table for the top to close again. I took it upon myself to repair the latch. I was able to do so, but ended up cutting my finger. While I was bleeding, I kept thinking that this should have been an easy fix. And then I shrugged it off and started putting things on the table. I had placed the table so that when I came downstairs, it was one of the first things that I'd see. I noticed that each time I looked at it, I began feeling uneasy. Something was not right. This happened every time I came downstairs, and I found myself avoiding the table as much as possible when I had to walk past it. One day, I sat down in a nearby chair and just stared at the table. As beautiful as it was, I sensed that it had a nasty history. This is the risk you take when you buy things secondhand. Yes, the item may have more character than something brand new, but you don't know where it's been, what kind of energy it has attached to it. My intuition told me that the table had been in a home where great violence had occurred. Possibly it had had blood shed onto it. Specifically, I perceived a husband brutally killing his wife in a crime of passion. The table itself, of course, was an innocent piece of wood, but it had endured horrific pain and rage from its former owners. I wondered what amount of white sage or Palo Santo it was going to take to purify this table or satisfy its lust for blood, as it had already drawn some of mine. It wasn't worth it, I decided, and I ended up getting rid of it. And what do you know? All was right again.